I'd like to buy the world a home and furnish it with love. Grow apple trees and honeybees and snow white turtle doves. I like to teach the world to sing. Sing with me. Perfect harmony. Perfect harmony. I like to buy the world a Coke and keep it company. That's the real thing. I like to teach the world to sing. To perfect harmony. Perfectly. And I'd like to buy the world a Coke and keep it company. It's the real thing. What the world wants today is the real thing. What the world wants today is the real thing.
You know, it happened right here 20 years ago.
Right here, Mom?
Mm-hmm. You just can't imagine what it felt like.
I'd like to buy the world a home and furnish it with love. Grow apple trees and honeybees and snow white turtle doves. I'd like to teach the world to sing. The feeling you get from a Coca-Cola classic can't beat the feeling that teach the world to sing.
Back-to-back Coca-Cola commercials to start this late-night show. I probably need a Coca-Cola to keep myself awake here because it is 3:09 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and this is Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druff Wittelis, and this is August 1st, 2026, when this is being recorded live and broadcasted live. I opened with those two commercials for no real reason, nothing relevant going on today. But you probably, I shouldn't say probably, you have a lot of older listeners to this show, like older than me. But you may or may not have been old enough to remember the original commercial, at least when it aired. Because this aired in 1971, 55 years ago. So if you're under 55, you weren't even born yet. And if you're over 55, you may have been too young to have seen it or remember it. But, if you're around 70 or older, as we have some listeners of that age, you definitely remember it, I would say. And even if you're a little younger than that, you probably remember it. And you may remember it if you are around my age. I was not born yet when that aired. I was very close to being born, but I wasn't quite there. But this was, I don't know in what context I saw it, but I definitely saw it in the 70s. So I was very aware of it and what it was. And then they made this sequel to it, which most people are not aware of. And I think it may have aired during the 1991 Super Bowl, though I can't tell you for sure. It was made in 1990, but I think it was for the 20-year anniversary of the airing of this commercial. Probably not the exact anniversary, but just the 20-year reunion, basically, of the 1971 I'd like to buy the world a Coke commercial. And they got a lot of the original people who were in the 1971 commercial to get together again on that same hill in Italy where they recorded the first commercial and basically sort of reenact it, but they meshed it with the then current Coca-Cola theme, and you heard kids' voices singing that. And the reason you heard kids' voices singing is when that started, you would see all of these kids running onto the screen and running to the adults, and these were the children of the young adults and teenagers that were depicted in 1971, now 19 to 20 years older. So it was like a reunion with their kids. And that one got mixed reception because some did not like how they incorporated the modern Coca-Cola song in with the classic commercial. They felt it ruined it. Others felt that the whole thing was just too busy. And I didn't like the whole lip syncing, which of course you couldn't tell on the radio, but there was very bad lip syncing with the commercial. You can find it on YouTube. You can see for yourself. So it was very obvious they were not really singing it, whereas in the original commercial, even though those kids did not sing it then either. When I say kids, I mean like teenagers and early 20s people who were featured there. They also did not sing it, but they looked like they were, and it was believable from the voices you were hearing that these were really being sung by the people in the commercial. In fact, when I saw that commercial as a kid, I had no idea it was being lip-synced. But in the 1990 version, it was very clear. So I don't know why they could do this well in 71 and not in 90, but that was very distracting. And in fact, the voices didn't even match very well. Even if you matched it with the lips, it didn't match with the person singing it. So that was what I didn't like about it. But overall, it wasn't a bad follow-up, in my opinion. They had to do something different. Just to do the exact same commercial again 20 years later in the same spot with the same people, just them being older is not very exciting. But this was a very, very well-known and popular commercial at the time. And in fact, it charted on the top 40 or some other chart at the time. It actually was released as a single. And the message of it was kind of like a hippie, early 70s message of getting people together from a bunch of different cultures, a bunch of different countries all together on this hill in Italy. And they all sang about how they'd all like to buy the world a Coke. So it resonated with people, even those who were not like into the whole hippie movement at the time. It was just kind of like a sweet message. It was beloved enough to where they remade it. I'm surprised they did not try to remake it again for the 50th anniversary, because the people depicted in 1971 were all young. They were probably between like 15 and 22. So 50 years later, they'd be between 65 and 72. They probably wouldn't all be alive, but I have to imagine most of them would. Why wouldn't they come back to do it again? And there's enough people who remember it. It's not like you have to be ancient to remember it in 2021. I think that would have gone over well, even if the people were quite old by then. But they could have had them and their kids and their grandkids, but they didn't do it. Anyway, I just want to give you a little backstory on what I played there, in case you aren't aware. We do have some younger listeners who probably have no idea about any of this stuff. Not like really young, but like people around 40 who probably don't remember any of this. I always felt like I have like a little bit of a connection to the 50s and 60s, even though I did not live during those decades, just because it was close enough to when I was around. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. So a lot of that kind of bled into my generation. And I took note of this stuff. Some people just didn't really notice what was going around them and don't remember. But I took note of this stuff in the 70s and 80s as I saw it. And I knew some of this stuff was old compared to me. I knew some of it was before I was born. But it was still in the culture then. Kind of like how 2010s stuff is still relevant today. Things that happened in the 2010s. Kids in the 2020s are probably aware of a lot of it, but then as you go back further and further, they know less and less. Like, for example, my son, who's a teenager, he knows like almost nothing of the 1980s. That this seems like ancient history to him, and he knows very little of it. But like the 2010s and 2000s, he does know about. Anyway, again, welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I'm your host, Todd Dan Druff Watellis, and I already gave you the date and time of the show. And we're going to have a bit longer of a show, I hope, this time. It's not going to be as long as you hope. I had people complaining, why are all the shows, 2 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes? Why is it so short? And I was going to do like a 6-hour one tonight, and then I just didn't get it going early enough. So I can't go with this all the way till 9 a.m. because then I won't be able to do anything with my Saturday. So I will have to cut it off well before that. But I won't end it after 2 hours. So I'll go longer than last time. Last time you got a bit of a bonus because I took some time to edit it, and then some things changed over that time. So I actually threw in a 45-minute addendum in the same episode, if you caught it in the archives. And it's actually a dual episode of July 15th and July 19th together in one episode. So if you missed that July 19th addendum, if you listen live, you should go back and listen. But if you caught it in the archives, then you already heard the whole thing. I will edit this one faster to where I don't think an addendum will be necessary. But you never know. If something big happens, then I'll throw it in. The World Series main event is going to be starting in 2 days on the 3rd. And we're not going to really do much main event talk here, but I do want to cover 2 leftover WSOP topics that I just didn't get to before we get to the other stuff happening in the worlds of poker and gambling in Las Vegas. And those 2 topics will be my personal main event and why it went so badly, and it did. It went horribly, and I'll tell you why. And then we're going to talk about Aubrey Williams. Aubrey Williams is a male-to-female trans person. Aubrey Williams lives as a female, but was born male. In fact, Aubrey Williams is very tall, taller than me, actually. So this person sticks out in the crowd just by height alone. And I saw Aubrey Williams actually for the first time 3 years ago during the main event. We both cashed in that, so walking around, this person was pretty noticeable. And I was aware who Aubrey was from social media. We didn't play at the same table or speak or anything. I just noticed that Aubrey was running kind of deep in that main. But anyway, Aubrey Williams played the ladies event, as did other trans. And Aubrey Williams, unlike the other trans entrants, made it all the way to second place. And at one point was a fairly big chip leader and looked like would be the winner, but ended up finishing second. So this created a lot of controversy on X, a lot of controversy, a lot of debate, a lot of anger back and forth, actually. And you might be wondering what my opinion is on this. You also might be wondering why I didn't have much to say on the whole subject when all that was raging back and forth. Usually I get involved in that sort of thing. I said a little bit, but I didn't say very much, and what I did say didn't really attract a lot of controversy. So I will explain why I didn't get that involved, and I'll give you my take on it. Then we're going to talk about some other topics that have nothing to do with the World Series. We're going to talk about the big topic going on right now, which is the whole Matt Stout situation, where someone we talked about before on this show, Aaron O'Rourke, also known as Daliman, we talked about him once when he was the victim of a sports betting scammer. He didn't do anything wrong, by the way. He was the victim, other than being too trusting. But anyway, he's getting a lot more known now, despite kind of being under the radar for the last 20 plus years, because he made explosive allegations about being attacked by Matt Stout at a home game and provided video footage, which is pretty unusual. Typically, when fights break out at home games, there's no video of it. I guess there was of Maurice Hawkins when that happened, but this one's actually more interesting than the Maurice Hawkins situation. So I will read you his account of what happened. It was very long, but I'll read the whole thing to you. Try to get through it fast. So he posted literally like 60 tweets about it. He needs to subscribe to the premium Twitter so he can make longer posts. But anyway, I'll read the whole thing to you, and I'll tell you what I think of it, and I'll go into the whole discussion because there's some debate back and forth about it, and a lot of stuff going on with the Daliman versus Matt Stout situation. That's our main topic tonight, but it won't be our first topic because I go over the WSOP leftover stuff first. Then, a very new story. The WSOP online circuit winners got stiffed out of a promised $5,000 Bahamas package. And there was pressure put on social media for them to make it right. So did the World Series of Poker make it right? And how did this possibly happen? Why did it happen? Nobody took the time to figure out why it happened. People complained about that it happened, which they had a right to do, but no one looked into why. So of course I had to, because no one will delve into this stuff like I will. I always love to delve into the details and figure out what's really happening. So I took the time to do it. I'll tell you why this happened, and you'll understand it completely when that segment's over. I have an update on the Supreme Court lawyer Tom Goldstein. Remember, he got in trouble? He was accused of tax evasion and mortgage fraud. But it's not as bad as it sounds. To me, these seem like minor issues. They seem kind of like technicalities to me. I will tell you what happened because that has been adjudicated. That is done. They're almost completely done. So I will tell you what's going on with that. A little bit surprising. Then we will discuss sports betting scammer Vegas Dave, also known as Dave Oancea. That's his real name. I really should have discussed him before, but this is a guy who has made a lot of money selling picks that are just crap. Just extremely gimmicky. He's kind of like a smarter Christopher Mitchell. Like, picture if Christopher Mitchell was more sophisticated and better at roping people in and better at holding on to the money he would make from his scams and just all around better at what he does. That's what Vegas Dave is. But anyway, people have been frustrated for many years that no matter what, nothing ever seems to happen to Vegas Dave. He always worms out of whatever trouble he could possibly get into. Well, finally someone, or shall I say something, took him down. But not what you'd expect. A Mexican vacation rental company, of all things. I kid you not. So I'll tell you that story. Finally, imagine this nightmare. You're at a commerce tournament. 27 people left in this tournament. I don't know what first place paid. I don't really care. But 27 people left, 3 tables. And you come back a little bit late from a break, and you find that your stack has been busted because someone else accidentally sat in your seat, played your stack, and busted. How would you feel if that happened? Probably not very good. But the bigger question is, what can be done at that point? Are you out of the tournament? And if not, how can they possibly handle this? Well, I will tell you how I would have handled this, and I'm going to play you a video of this player showing up and the reaction to the whole thing. So I'll play the video to you, and then I will tell you what I feel would have been the correct solution. So that's our agenda for this lovely morning. It's going to be very hot in the West this next week or so. LA, Vegas, very, very hot weather here in early August. So probably better for you if you're somewhere else in the country, though I'm not. I'm at my usual location, my secret location, but still my usual location right now as I record this and broadcast this. So let's jump into the first topic. I know I took 20 minutes on the agenda. I was doing better with not taking very long, and now it took long. I don't know how. Okay, so let's talk about my main event. I was very excited to play the main event this year. I really was. I started to get a little bit down on the main event after I went several consecutive years without cashing it. In 2010, I cashed for the first time at the main, and I made it to 88th place, which was very exciting. 88th place out of like 7,300 something people. So I got pretty close, That's pretty damn close. And what crippled me was losing a race. It was actually an interesting hand because I had queens, and I was facing an all-in from somebody who was a tremendous tell box. Not a fish, but someone who just was very bad at giving off tells because I'd played with him for a while. Very obvious what he had in various ways. So I could tell by the way he was acting, he did not have kings, he did not have aces. And he went all in. That's a tough decision when you have queens, right? If you know the other guy doesn't have kings and aces. Now, there's a third person in the hand, but this guy was very aggressive and did a lot of light 3 betting. So I wasn't really worried about that guy. If you happen to have kings or aces, so be it. But the guy on the button, I knew he didn't have junk, and I knew that he didn't have kings or aces. And he didn't have like a middling hand either. I figured he had either jacks, ace, king, or maybe the other queens, and maybe tens. So I had to decide, do I call here and get crippled if I lose? I only had a little bit more in chips than he did, but I only had like half of average. So I elected to call, and I was right. He had ace-king. I was hoping to see jacks. I saw ace-king, ace on the flop, and I got crippled. I went out a short time later in 88th place. Had the race gone the other way, who knows what would have happened. I would have had average chips, actually a bit above that, because there's that third guy and the blinds and all that. So I would have been above average. And who knows where I could have gone from there. But as it went, I finished 88th. So I was very excited. Then in 2011, 12, and 13, I came close to cashing each time. But didn't cash. Now, the funny thing is, had they done 15% of the field being paid, as is the case now and has been for a while, then I would have cashed all 3 of those years. But I didn't cash because they were only paying 10% in those years. So I got within that range of 10 to 15% and didn't cash any of those. 13 was the most frustrating because I played really well on day 3 especially, like really one of my best played main events. And then I just ran into a cooler situation. I won't get into a 13-year-old story, but very devastating to me. Even though I wasn't like super deep, I was pretty close to the money, but it was very disappointing to me because I really felt like I was playing great that day. Then in 14, I had my first disappointment in a while at the main from the standpoint of not even getting going. I busted day 1. I drew a horrible starting table. Not like with name players, but just with good players. And then the table broke. And I was like, oh, good. I can't believe that my luck here that this table broke. I wasn't here that long. Okay, great. Okay, I get a fresh start. But it's got to be a better table than this. I mean, it's got to be one of the worst tables in the whole event. And they moved me to an even worse table somehow. I probably had 2 of the hardest tables in the entire event. Very, very bad luck, and I didn't run well, and I got in some very tough spots. Anyway, I didn't make it through day 1. I didn't make it close through day 1. So I was kind of out mid-day 1 on 2014, and that was not very nice. But I guess it's better than making it like deep day 3 and busting. But in a way, like it's frustrating. You put 10K into it, you're all excited, and then you don't even make it through day 1 when most of the field does. This is not like most tournaments where most people bust day 1. This one you have like 2/3 or more of the people making it to day 2. 2015, I made day 2, but didn't get past that. 2016, same thing. 2017, another year like 2013, where I was doing well, and then made it close to the money, but did not get there. Very disappointing again, especially because that one I played really well on day 2, but not so well on day 3, and that kind of did me in. 2018, I made day 2, but didn't get near the money. 2019, like I went into 2019, and I'm thinking, I've bricked this damn thing 8 years in a row. Sure, I got 88th place, but I bricked this now 8 years in a row. I've had 4 close calls out of those 8, but nevertheless, I've bricked this 8 years in a row. I'm tired of losing here. So I wasn't that excited coming into 19. And then I ran deep. I ran fairly well. I wasn't like crushing it, but I was running fairly well and playing pretty well. And I made it all the way to day 5. And I both doubled up against, when I really needed it, and busted against the eventual winner, Hossein Insan, who also made it very deep this year. Very, very nice guy. Really liked him. First time playing with him back then. Actually, the only time I played with him. But I got 128th place. So that was a similar year to in 2010. Not quite as good, but close. Field's a little bit bigger, too. I think there's like 9,000-something people. Or 8,000-something. Whatever. So I said, oh, yeah, that's what it's like. That's why I played this main event for years like this. Okay. Now I remember what I was feeling in 2010. Now I know why I play this thing. Like, I was really saying that to myself as I was getting deep. Like, oh, okay, yeah, this is getting exciting. Wow. What if I run well from this point? What if I make the final table? What if I win? I started thinking these things. Like, I wasn't overconfident. I wasn't feeling like, oh, yeah, I'm going to win this whole thing. I never thought that. But I thought, like, wow, if I just get some good luck from this point forward, like, I could very easily make the final table. I started thinking that, like I did in 2010. So I didn't make the final table, but it was exciting, and it brought my love back for the main event. 2020, there wasn't a main event for obvious reasons. 2021, I actually played only the main event, and I got within 50 spots of cashing. I was just very short-stacked and just didn't make it, basically. 2022, I made day 2, but didn't get close to cashing. But then 23 and 24, I ran fairly deep on both of them. Very similar results on both of them. Finished around the same spot on both. I got like more than double the min cash on both. And I finished like around 500th place or so. Forgetting the exact numbers, but somewhere around that out of 10,000 whatever entrants. So 24 is a little bit disappointing because I had good chips coming into day 4 and then ran it up a little bit more and then just went straight down because I was losing every hand. And I was actually playing excellent on day 3 in 2024, even though I felt terrible And that's because I had COVID and didn't realize it yet. I knew I was sick, but I thought it was a cold, but I actually had COVID, feeling really lousy, both sick and in pain, because the COVID was making my back hurt like really badly too. So I was not feeling good physically, but somehow I played very well at day 3. But when I came back on day 4, I just didn't have it anymore. I guess COVID wore me down. I didn't play terrible, but I just played a lot better day 3, and I ran better too. Anyway, I was still very excited to play the next main because I ran deep, not only in 23 and 24, but also in 19. So coming into this year, I didn't play last year because I went to Europe, as you guys remember. So from 2019 through 2024, I played the main event 5 times. And of those 5 times, I ran deep 3 times, came a hair away from cashing once, and then the other time I didn't come close. So that seems like pretty good odds that I'm going to come close to cashing again, right? I mean, yeah, it's short term, it's small sample space, but I mean, this couldn't be all luck. I knew I obviously had a play style that seemed to be working somewhat. So I was very excited to come back to the main. I missed it last year, but I was very excited to come back this year. Came in on the 4th of July, which was actually the 21-year anniversary of when I won my bracelet. I came 2 hours late with a full stack, full starting stack. You can actually enter day 2. That's what Bart Hansen did, by the way. I didn't want to do that, but I entered 2 hours late. Not really intentionally, but I was just kind of tired. So I said, you know what, just get a little extra sleep, come in at noon. Sat down, and the first hand was pocket aces. That's a good start. In fact, I even recalled the bracelet that I won 21 years to that day. The first hand I was dealt was aces, and I won it, and then I ended up winning the event. Did I win the hand? Yes. Unfortunately, I did not win many chips. I got a cold caller, I flopped top set, and then, unfortunately, because I pretty much had all the cards, I bet the flop, and he folded. So that was that. So I won a small pot, but okay. Very next hand, pocket queens. Okay. Well, this time, I was going to get more action. A guy opened, and I 3-bet him, and then the small blind was thinking, he looked kind of uncomfortable about what he was going to do. Looked like he may have even been thinking of folding, and he called. And the original raiser called. So, okay. Flop comes 10 high with 2 of 1 suit. They check to me. I put in a decent-sized bet. I'm trying not to bloat the pot too much because, you know, it's the main event. It's very slow. You don't want to bloat the pot. But at the same time, I've got to put in something that's not giving them odds to chase me here. And the pot is already fairly big from it just being 3-bet 3 ways. So I really wasn't loving this whole spot because I didn't want the pot to be big, but then the pot was big enough to where I don't want to give them odds to chase things, especially with that flush draw out there. So I bet call. Well, that's not good news. The reason it's not good news is that I might be crushed. Like, what if the guy in the small blind had 10s? That would totally make sense by what he was doing pre-flop. And it's fairly likely that one has a flush draw, maybe both, because they both called and the board was pretty dry and it's pretty clear that I've got something. Now, maybe they both have pocket pairs and they're just kind of chasing to hit their set. You know, what if they have like 8s and 7s, 8s and 9s? What if someone has jacks? You know, I could be ahead here and they could have no flush draw, but I kind of thought there's at least one flush draw against me. And that was significant because I didn't want to give a free card on the turn if there was not a scare card. Because then I'm just giving a flush a free way to catch me, plus if somebody has any overcard, they can get that too. Plus if someone's got a pocket pair, they can get their set. Like, I definitely do not want to give a free card when I think there's a flush draw out there. So it made it a lot tougher to check behind and keep the pot controlled and smaller. So on the turn, a total blank. So I'm thinking this is either good or bad, because if they're behind and they just check call whatever they're chasing, it's good. And if someone's trapping me with a set, this is bad. So check. I fire. Of course, it has to be a decent-sized bet, again, to charge the flush draws. And I get check raised. Ouch. Small blind check raised me. I mean, like in other tournaments, you can say, okay, I've got an overpair here. And I'm going to consider putting it in. But in the main, you can't do this in level 1. And I've just sat down. I have no idea the way this guy plays. He's like a middle-aged white guy. Younger than me, but middle-aged white guy. The third guy, remember the original Razor Pre, he folded. But he looked kind of frustrated about the folding. So I thought, well, I bet this is the one with the flush draw. I bet he just laid down a flush draw and now wanted to get in between all the fireworks there. Because he didn't know what I was going to do. So I sat, thought about it, and thought, you know what, if I call this raise, then what do I do on the river if there's a blank? Call that too? Like, yeah, I guess I could call this and hope he checks to me. But otherwise, he's going to bet something on the river that is going to be tough for me to call this early in the main. So I decided to lay it down. So that wasn't good. I'm already down like to 47K now from my starting 60 after 2 hands, after being dealt aces and queens. The guy who folded said, and I believe him, he said right away that he had the nut flush draw. So I was right. Someone did have a flush draw, and he did fold it because he didn't want to get stuck paying that much for it with a bet and raise on the turn, which makes sense. The board wasn't paired, but it makes sense why he laid that down. So at least my read was correct about someone having a flush draw and not wanting to check behind. It was a tough spot for that reason. Because if it were a drier board, I'd say, okay, someone might have a set here. I think I may check behind on the turn just to keep the pot smaller. But I couldn't even do that because I did not want to give the flush a free way to get there. And then if they don't get there, they just check fold. I wanted to charge them. Not that much else happened at that table because not too long after that, I was picked up and moved. The table didn't break, but they picked me up just by random because I was the next big blind, and they moved me. And I get to my new table. It's me and one other guy. Never seen that before at the main, where you get moved to a table where it's just me and one other person. Never seen that in my life. So I said to him, oh, look, heads up in the main. Okay. That would have been nice, but we were actually waiting for the other players to get there. They actually opened up a new table to move people to the table, which is really weird. I have no idea why they're doing that. Like, what would be the point of even doing that? I understand why they don't just place new registrants, late registrants altogether, because then people can exploit it to get together at the same table and then collude. In fact, this was actually happening in the 2000s, because in the 2000s you could actually register that way late and just all get at the same table together. It's terrible. But that's been fixed for a long time. So this is too much the opposite way, where they put the new registrants at existing tables by moving people away from these existing tables and filling up a new table. So there's a better way to do this whole thing. Because there's busts going on at the main event, they can just place people where there's empty seats. And if there really are no empty seats to do it, okay. But then what they should do is move some people. It shouldn't be where you ever have like 9 people at the table who are all from different tables that have been moved. That just doesn't make any sense. So anyway, I ran awful at that new table. And it wasn't that good of a table either. It was worse than the first one. Neither was a great table draw, but the second one was definitely worse than the first. It was also more aggressive, and people were just more willing to chase there, which you may say, oh, that's good. No, it's not good. Like, in the main, you want to be able to play small ball. At least I do. You want to be able to kind of control what's going on, not take a lot of risk early on in the event, unless you've got something strong. I mean, you can take shots at pots by bluffing them, but you don't want to commit like a ton of chips early in the main unless you've got something, or unless you really have a strong read, you're going to get the person to lay it down. I ran awful there. I got a lot of premium hands dealt to me, and I just lost every single one. A lot of decent hands, lost every single one. I also had a tough one as I was dwindling down in chips where I had Jack 10 on an 8-9-10 board against the big blind. So I thought, oh, sweet. Well, I ended up losing to Ace Jack. Can you believe that? Jack 10 on an 8-9-10 board, I lost to Ace Jack. Tying with Ace Jack, I understand, but I lost to Ace Jack. An ace hit the river. Fortunately, there was no action on the river. I had a feeling that he had hit that. I bet the flop and turn. I almost went all in on the turn because I was getting short. But I bet the flop and turn, and that ace hit, and I thought, I don't know why. Like, it shouldn't be that he has an ace here, but I think he has an ace here. Like, it's possible, but I had a very strong feeling he had an ace there. And he did. He had ace jack. So, just over and over stuff like that. Just losing every hand. Chino Ream came to the table. Not the original people moved there, but he came eventually. He was playing a ton of hands and being aggressive, as you might guess. There was one really weird hand where he was, I'm sure he believed he was bluffing the entire way, where he had Jack 4. I think Robbie J. Lou would be proud, but he had Jack 4. And he's like firing the entire way, including the river. So he made the pot pretty big. Heads up against the same guy who beat me with the ace jack against the Jack 10. And that guy called down, including like a 20K river bet. And then Chino rolls over Jack 4 for like second or third pair with no kicker. And I'm thinking, okay, that's dead. There's no way that's winning. It won. I couldn't believe it. I have no idea what that other guy had. Talk about a value bet. I don't think he thought he was value betting, though. I think he believed he was bluffing. Anyway, seeing that, it made it a bit tougher for me when I was short and had flopped top pair from the blind with ace 8 on an ace high board. I check called the flop, and then a king hit the turn, and I check called that, and then he went all in on the river, which was a meaningless card. And I was thinking, hey, I know what I just saw with that Jack 4. Now he's even got more chips thanks to that hand. And thanks to some others. Like, he wasn't huge stacked, but he had a decent stack at that point. And I was short. So him going all in there, he wasn't risking that much. And he, being a good player, I mean, he's a deadbeat, but he's a good player. And he knows me. So I'm thinking, shit, he's doing this thinking that I'll fold, that I'm not going to just call with an ace. I'm thinking he's got to know I have an ace that's kind of a middling ace. Probably no better than ace jack, because he raised in late position and I just called. And he probably thinks he's going to run me off of it. And I was very close to putting in my final chips to call this. But I thought for a while, and I let it go. That was the last hand before a break. And he was getting a massage at the time. And he didn't pay that much attention after I mucked it. He was just kind of paying attention to the massage girl and explaining to her that he's going to go on break. And so when he mucked his cards, he accidentally flashed one of them. And I saw a picture card that looked like a king. I wasn't sure it was a king, but it looked very much like a king to me. It was definitely a picture card. So I thought to myself, well, I either just got run off the best hand, if he's got king queen or king 10, something like that, and I folded an ace and he had second pair, or I was up against two pair, or maybe even possibly a set, and I made the right laydown. So I was kind of leaning that I made the right laydown, but it was kind of bugging me. And I came back from the next break, because I actually survived to the next break with a very short stack, like 9K. I just wasn't busting. I wasn't chipping up, but I wasn't busting. It was like I'd go all in, take the blinds, and then not get to play any hands, go all in, take the blinds, that sort of thing. So I kind of just got to the next break with the same thing. And when I came back from that break, he said to me, hey, just in case you don't make it past here, if you want to feel a little bit better, you made a good laydown. And he told me he had, quote, aces up. Now, you may ask, why am I trusting Chino of all people? I'm telling you, he seemed really sincere. And remember, he didn't know that I saw that king, and there was a king on the board. So I think he had ace-king. I think he was telling the truth and had ace-king. He seemed very sincere, and he didn't have much reason to lie to me, because I didn't ask him. It's one thing if I asked him, he didn't want the awkward moment to tell me he was bluffing me. I didn't say anything. And the reason I didn't ask him is because I figured if I asked him, I wouldn't get the truth, or I couldn't trust it, because he's probably not going to say, hell yeah, I bluffed you there when I'm about to bust from the event. But he volunteered it to me. And, Chino, he, I think, likes me. Not like he wants to be my best friend, but he's always seemed like he somewhat likes me, even though I've talked about the fact that he's kind of a deadbeat. I don't think he even pays attention to that, and he knows everyone says that about him. But he really seemed sincere, and there's really no reason for him to bring that up and lie to me. Like, he's not a sociopath. He's not going to just tell me that for no reason when I don't ask him. Especially, I saw one of his cards to match the story, too, which I didn't tell him. So I thanked him for telling me. He said he thought I had ace-jack. He gave me too much credit. I had ace-8, but, same thing in that spot. Anyway, very shortly after that, I had ace-queen in late position, and I put it in. And the big blind snap-called me and turned over pocket jacks. The flop came all low. I was all ready to walk away, and then, boom, the queen. And I thought, okay, maybe this is the start of a comeback. The river, you guessed it, the jack. So that pretty much describes my entire main event. Even when I get lucky on the turn like that, I still lose. So basically, I just lost every hand. So I made it through like midday one, didn't even make it to dinner. Or sorry, I did make dinner. I made it barely after dinner, is what it was. It was the dinner break I came back from when Chino told me that I made a good laydown. Chino did not cash, by the way. He mentioned that he had never cashed the main before. He didn't tell the table, but he was telling one of his buddies who came up to him and said, oh, look, you have chips now. And he said, yeah, man, I'm actually trying to take it seriously now. I've never cashed this before, and, I just don't have the patience for this event. So I just never cash it. I always just fuck around too much. But now I'm trying to play good. I fucked around a little bit here too, but now I'm trying to play good. So I think he was talking about like that Jack 4 hand that he was fucking around, and then he happened to win it with probably an unintentional value bet. And then once he had some chips, he was trying to play better, which he was. He got tighter at that point, and he was trying to take it more seriously. But maybe it didn't last. Maybe he didn't run well. When I busted, he was doing pretty well in chips. He wasn't like huge stacked, but he was doing pretty well. But, he's not the type of player who is really fit for the main that well. He's one of these aggressive guys who likes to play a lot of hands, so a slow structure event is tougher for him. He'll just run into big hands too often. But I'll say one thing for Chino. He's always very pleasant at the table, and he's always been very nice to me when I've seen him, including this time. Doesn't excuse any of the money he borrows that he doesn't pay back, or the times he gets staked by people and then degens it off in the pits and doesn't play the event and all the other stuff he's done. I'm not going to make any excuses for that. And he's definitely one of the poster children in poker for someone you cannot trust with money, and has screwed a lot of people. But if you're not someone he's ripped off at the table, at least he's pleasant to have there. I think I may be one of the few people ever to get paid back by Chino. I've told this story before, but when he made the November 9 in 2008, and he asked me on PokerStars if I could ship him $8,000, and that he'll just give me $8,000 cash when he sees me at Bellagio. And I thought, okay, well, he has $1 million coming for this final table at the main he made. I guess he's better at the main than I thought because he made the final table. But in 08, the structure wasn't quite as slow. So why did he say he hasn't cashed it? I just realized that. Like, he had me fooled too. I totally forgot he made the main final table until right now. I think I'm getting senile. He made the damn final table. What am I talking about saying that he's not good at the main? I guess he's been saying he hasn't made it recently. But I heard him say, I've never made the money on this before. So what the hell? he was telling like some friend of his too, not just some stranger at the table. That's really weird. Well, okay, putting all that aside, I think I'm in the Twilight Zone now. I think I'm like in a universe where Chino did not make the November 9, but he did. Like, I'm confusing myself now. But okay, back to this. He made the November 9. He was guaranteed $1 million. I knew they paid people out the $1 million already, so it was more than just guaranteed. They actually paid it, but this was so short after he had made it. He probably had the money for like a week. And he says he just doesn't have money on stars. And I did see him around at Bellagio a lot, so I figured, okay, I'll send him the $8K. We've always gotten along. And I hadn't heard of his reputation yet. So I sent him the $8K. And then I told someone, and they're like, oh boy, you shouldn't have done that. And I said, what? He just won $1 million. There's no way he's broke. He said, oh, no, you don't know him. It's probably gone. I said, what? They said, yeah, he was probably staked. And what he did get of that $1 million is probably gone. He probably shot it off in the pits that night. You're never seeing that $8K again. And I felt like such a fucking idiot. Well, believe it or not, he paid me. I had to lean on him a little bit, but not lean on him in any kind of threatening way or even like, hey, I'm going to expose you way. Like, I just asked him, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times, and then he had one of the Mizrahi brothers send it to me. So I don't know, maybe they got screwed, but that wasn't my problem. But I got my $8K back. So the people who knew this story at the time couldn't believe it. I said, hey, I got the money back. And they go, what? How did you get the money out of Chino? And I told them. At the time, I thought maybe he paid me because he was told that I'm going to expose it everywhere. So he better pay me. That's what I'm guessing. But yeah, I got paid. So that's one feather I can have in my cap, that Chino paid me in a timely fashion from a loan. I think I'm probably the only person in poker who can say that. I kind of forgot about that whole thing. It was weird. I was sitting there with him. I forgot about that whole incident. That's so strange. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's a long time ago, but still. It was 18 years ago, but still. How did I forget that I loaned the guy $8K and he almost stiffed me and then paid me? How did I not remember that? I was thinking the whole time like, oh, I'm glad I never loaned this guy money. But at least, he's nice to have at the table, like, from a standpoint of being pleasant. But, with money matters, he's a scumbag. Like, that's what I'm thinking. I'm never thinking, like, I'm part of it until, like, right now. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just astounded how that just completely left my brain. If I have dementia by this time next year, I think you'll point to this show as the first sign of it. I remember when my dog got dementia. Not this dog, but it was a dog I had in the 90s. And she used to be like really, really careful to take food out of your hand and not accidentally bite you. So no matter how much she liked what you were giving her, she was very, very gentle and would take it out very, very carefully. Really did not want to bite you. A very sweet dog. When she was 12 years old, I had something in my hand to feed her, and she snapped it out of my hand and bit me. And I go, what? Why would she do that? That's so unlike her. And I said to my dad, I think she's going senile. I think that's the first sign. And he didn't believe me, but I said, I can't understand it otherwise. Her whole life she's been very careful, and now she just went like back to instinct and snapped it out of my hand. And I was right. That was the very first sign that she was going senile. And when she died, she basically didn't know where she was. Anyway, I have nothing more to say about this. I had a crappy main. This is my second time busting day one since 2009. So it's pretty rare, but it happened. Only other time, 2014. All right, so moving on. Let's talk about Aubrey Williams. Aubrey Williams is a male to female transgender person. And I don't know. I feel weird using either pronoun to discuss Aubrey Williams, because if I say she, I'm going to have people saying, why are you calling her she? This person is a guy, blah, blah, blah. And if I say he, then I get from people, oh, why can't you just use her chosen pronouns? Why are you being so disrespectful, blah, blah, blah. So for the purposes of this discussion, I'm just going to call Aubrey she, and I'm not trying to make any statement out of that. It's just I got to pick one of the others. I'm going to call Aubrey she. I've been aware for a few years of Aubrey's existence. Originally, I saw Aubrey on Twitter, and she was fairly militant about the trans issue, but otherwise didn't tweet that much, just kind of occasionally tweeted about things and sometimes would complain about the treatment of trans people in poker or blah, blah, blah. But, you know, most people didn't take much notice of Aubrey. I saw Aubrey in person in 2023 at the main event, the one I said I ran deep that year. Aubrey, I think, min-cashed. And what was notable about Aubrey is that, you know, usually I'm walking through the hallway on the break in the main event, and I'm one of the taller people there. I'm in like the 95th percentile for adult males in the U.S., and probably higher than that in the main because you have people who are shorter because they're older or from other countries. So, you know, like 19 out of 20 people walking in the hallway are shorter than me. But I noticed this person who is a little taller than me who's dressed like a female, but from the back doesn't really look like a female, except having long hair. And then I get closer, and sure enough, it's a trans, and it's Aubrey that I recognize from Twitter. So I thought, oh, wow, I didn't know Aubrey's that tall, which is kind of unfortunate for Aubrey because it sticks out. Had Aubrey been 5'8", then it's a lot easier to blend in if you're going for looking female. It's kind of hard to pass as female when you're 6'3" or whatever. So anyway, I didn't really think about Aubrey since then, and Aubrey actually left Twitter at some point. I don't know when or why, but I kind of got the idea that Twitter wasn't a good place for Aubrey. It just seemed like Aubrey was perpetually angry on there. So it just didn't seem like a good place. It looked like someone who wasn't really fit for being on there without probably degrading their mental health. So it probably was a good decision to leave there. But anyway, the ladies' event got going, and it was notable to people watching. And for some reason, more people watched the ladies' event this year than any other year I recall. Like, it just seemed like a lot of people were watching it on the stream. And people were commenting, wow, what's with all the trans in the ladies' event? There were like 3 or 4 different trans at the featured tables of the ladies' event. And I don't think this was on purpose or anything. I think that's just the way it fell. So there must have been more than that. Now, it's important to understand that men are not forbidden from playing the ladies' event because they can't be by law. The ladies' event has to allow men, and that's why Sean Deeb infamously played the ladies' event in the early 2010s and wore a dress and lipstick and a feminine hat, and he dressed up for the part. Now he would never do something like this because he's trying to be like a serious poker pro that you respect. Back then he was younger and he was known, but he was more willing to pull a stunt like this. But it didn't go over very well with a lot of people, even back then. So he didn't do it again. But eventually the law in Nevada changed. It was sometime in the early 2010s when they changed the law. And this law allowed places to charge more money to males for things like a ladies' night at a bar where they let the ladies in free and charge the men, things like that. So it allowed like limited gender discrimination regarding what they will charge to enter events. And as I said, the law was aimed at allowing things like ladies' nights at bars. And they have things like that because they're trying to attract men to go to the bars who want to meet women, who believe there will be more women there because the women get in free. I shouldn't say bars. Bars are usually free anyway, but more like clubs. But sometimes bars too, where the ladies get some kind of better deal. So all that became legal in Nevada in the early 2010s, I think maybe 2012, 2013, something like that. So this allowed the World Series of Poker to start charging extra for men entering the ladies' events because they are not allowed to exclude them, because that's actually a violation of federal law. But what they can do is charge the men more. Now, they could have made it prohibitively expensive. They could have said that ladies get in for $1,000 and that men who want to play the ladies event would have to pay
$1 million.
And that would shut out all men forever. But they made it much more reasonable than that, but still something that wouldn't make sense, if from a value standpoint for sure, $10,000. So you can, by the rules, enter the ladies event for $10,000. In fact, it's technically a $10,000 event with a $9,000 discount for females. I don't know if any men entered this year. I know some said they were on X, but I think they were trolling. I don't believe that anyone paid the $10K this year. I think Brandon Cantu said he was going to, but I'm pretty sure he was trolling. Anyway, you might wonder if people like Aubrey Williams had to pay $10K. Well, maybe you're not wondering because I said nobody paid $10K, and that is correct. Anyone who had an ID that said female was eligible to pay the $1,000 instead of the $10,000, even if they were biologically male and even if they looked male, even if they made no effort to look female. Now, I will say, Aubrey makes an effort to look female. Aubrey dresses female, has long hair. Nobody's going to see Aubrey and not know. It's very obvious it's a trans. But at least Aubrey makes the attempt. At least Aubrey lives full-time as female. This wasn't someone angling. This wasn't someone who yesterday decided they were trans. This is someone who has been trans for years. Not like a super long time. Because I think Aubrey was interviewed and mentioned something about how she transitioned, maybe 5 years ago, something like that. Aubrey even had Hendon Mob results under her male name. So it was, semi-recent, but not like really recent when the transition occurred. But at least this is someone who really lives as trans. And I'll also say, was definitely not there for sexual or perverted reasons, because Aubrey does not like women. Aubrey has either a boyfriend or husband. So this was someone who was originally a gay man and became a trans female. Okay, so it wasn't someone who just was going to get their kicks sitting there with all the women at the ladies' events. So I'll say that too. It was someone who considers themselves a woman and felt, okay, I'm going to enter the ladies' event because I see myself as a lady. So how do I feel about this? I forget the fact that Aubrey got very deep and ended up finishing second. That's inconsequential. That's just the way Aubrey ended up doing. It's no worse if Aubrey wins the event versus entering and busting. It's either okay to enter or it's not okay to enter. And what happens from there doesn't matter. So a lot of the people who were against Aubrey entering the event were focusing on the wrong thing. Oh, look at the prize money that got taken from the women, finishing second, blah, blah, blah. No. That's inconsequential. It's either right or it's wrong to enter, period. So what is the answer? Is it right or is it wrong that the WSOP allows people who are born male to enter the event if their ID says female? Well, first of all, the WSOP's hands are pretty much tied on this. They technically could say you have to be biologically female to get that discount, but it opens up a whole host of problems which they don't want. That's the truth. They're not taking a political position. I saw a number of online activists who were very angry about this when the story got out, when Aubrey made the final table. People who had nothing to do with poker, but are like anti-trans activists on X. And some of them got very angry, and they didn't understand it. Some were talking about, how this person qualified, blah, blah. You don't qualify for the World Series of Poker. They weren't saying qualified to get the 1,000 price point. They were talking about just qualifying to play the event. They didn't even understand how the World Series worked. And other ones were complaining about taking prize money away from women, and they weren't getting it. The big question is, should trans people be able to enter the ladies' event and not pay the $9,000 penalty? That's really the whole question. And I understand why the World Series takes this position, because they need something simple that will adjudicate the situation. And they're relying upon ID. If your ID says you're male, you cannot play without paying the $9,000 penalty. And if it says female, then you can play without the $9,000 penalty. So if I went to go register, my ID says male, and they'd ask for another $9,000. If I were to transition and have my ID say female, then I could play for $1,000. And by the way, having your ID say female does not require, in most states, and not all states will do this, by the way. Some won't even do this for you, but most will. And of the states that will do it, most don't have any kind of requirement that you have to fulfill to get that changed. Now, I don't know the laws in California specifically, and I don't really care, but there's no requirement to look female enough or to get surgery or to be on hormones. So really, I could stay looking exactly the way I do and dressing exactly the way I do and show up with the facial hair that I presently have and walk up with a female ID, and provided the ID is real, they would have to let me in for $1,000. And I'm sure that would cause even more outrage than someone like Aubrey, who at least is living as female. Now, I wouldn't do this, but I'm saying that this is possible. But the World Series, they have to find some way here. Because if they say, okay, well, only biological females are allowed, well, what if someone walks up who looks like they're not? Now, the truth is, most of the time you can tell. There's this myth that it's so hard to tell, and, you know, what are you going to do, make them pull down their pants? Now, the truth is, it's pretty easy to tell. There's very few biological females that you're going to think are trans and you're going to be wrong. And there's very few trans that you're going to think are biological females. There's a few who pass really well and you would never know, but most of them you know, including Aubrey. All of the ones we saw depicted on TV, it was pretty obvious. And at the same time, like, nobody was confused about any biological females. No one thought they were men when they were really women. That didn't happen at all because, again, it's pretty easy to tell. And I should say that chess, they do not allow biological males in the female-only chess tournaments. So they have a way to determine it. And the way to determine it could just be you make the person certify that they are really biologically female, if there's any question. And then if they're lying about it, they could be disqualified. You know, something like that. And of course, there's ways to test it, not by making them pull down their pants. You could do a blood test. There's a lot of ways to do it that are not requiring to show your genitalia. So it could be done, but it would be a big pain in the ass. It would be something that's a burden that the WSOP wouldn't want, and it would be bad PR as well. Because imagine if a female, a biological female who had a manly look to her, went to go register, and they say, wait, hold on, were you born female? I know your ID says female, but were you born female? And then she gets all insulted and reports this on X, and then it looks awful. So the World Series doesn't want that. Chess has managed to do it, but I'm just saying the World Series doesn't want that potential hassle. They'd much rather just let the ID speak for itself and then tolerate anyone who complains about it. By the way, if your ID does not say female, you do have the option to go to the tournament director or one of the assistant tournament directors and get their permission, which they will do on a case-by-case basis. So basically what they're saying there is if Sean Deeb shows up again in a dress and says, hey, my ID says male, but I'm a female now, they wouldn't let him play. But if someone shows up who clearly has transitioned and clearly lives full-time as a female but lives in a state where they cannot get an ID change, then they'll let him play. So how do I feel about that? Fine. I don't care. I really don't care. Most of the women in these events, they don't care. It's fine. Like they're not bothered by the presence of a few trans in the event. The reason the women's event exists at all is just to create kind of a low stress, easier to deal with introduction to poker for a lot of women who feel intimidated sitting at a table full of guys. That's not to say 100% of the women in these events are nice or pleasant to play with. I've heard complaints about the way some of the women in the ladies' event act, including Vanessa Selps, by the way. But overall, it is a more welcoming and less stressful environment than the typical Open World Series event. And just, some women feel more comfortable in a room full of women than being the only woman at a table full of men. And that's understandable. So that's why a number of the women who play the ladies' events only play that event and nothing else. Of course, you have poker pros that play it too, who play all the events, and you have good amateurs that play a whole lot of events. But you also have a lot of recreational players who feel intimidated to play anything else. So I understand why these exist. I always hear, why do we have a ladies' event? There's no need. In poker, we shouldn't have to have that because there's no physical advantage. So why not just let them play with the men? Well, they do play with the men in every event but that one. So let them have their one event. It's not a big deal. There's 100 events. Let them have their one event. And it's a good introduction to women to the game. The hope is they're going to play and say, oh, I like this. I'm going to try an open event now. So anyone objecting to the ladies' event existing is just being difficult for the sake of being difficult. There's no problem that there's a ladies' event. And as far as trans in the ladies' event, as long as they're not causing a disruption, which none of them have, then fine. Now, if most of the women there objected, let's say 75% of the women in these events hated having the trans players, then I would have a different opinion about this, because then it would be disrupting the event. Then it would be making the event miserable for the women that are there to play among women. But the vast, vast majority of women there do not care if there's a trans player here and there. And I have to imagine the trans players are probably pleasant and don't create any disruption. And from what I've seen with Aubrey's just pretty quiet and does not create any disruptions and seems respectful. So I don't think anyone had a problem with Aubrey being there for the most part. Now, there were a few women who didn't feel comfortable and said so on X. They said it politely, but they said, no, I don't feel comfortable with this. No, I didn't like this. I don't care how nice they are. When I go to a ladies' event, I want to play with biological women like me. I don't like the fact that biological men can enter. I don't care how they're living. I don't care if they've transitioned. I don't care what they've done to themselves. They're still men to me. I just don't want them here. This is a ladies' event. It really should be for ladies. And that's understandable why they feel that way too. You can't tell women, oh, you should feel comfortable with this. Oh, you should be okay with this. Yeah, it's totally valid that some women will not like this. But the thing is, they're in the extreme minority. Most of them just don't care. That's the truth. If I were to see a big uprising of women who had a big problem with this, then I would feel differently. Now, don't take this as an endorsement of trans in women's spaces, because I don't believe in that at all. I don't think trans should be anywhere near women's sports. There shouldn't be any biological male in any women's or girls' sports ever. Very unfair, very stupid. They should not be in women's rape shelters or domestic violence shelters. They should not be in women's prisons. They should not be in women's locker rooms. So there are certain spaces which should be for biological women only. There's a reason there are segregated spaces. These are to protect women in a variety of ways. And you can't just place biological males there and tell them to deal with it. But poker's different. Poker's not a locker room where women are going to be getting naked and be vulnerable in that way. It's not a prison where they're going to be stuck in a cell with the opposite sex who might attack them or rape them. It's not sports where the biological males have a huge natural advantage. This is poker. It's a game you play with your mind. And yeah, there's some people who believe that males have an advantage in poker, that they're just better built for it, but that may not be the case. It may just be that there's so many more males that's why the top players in the game are almost all male. Because there's just so many that a certain percentage of them are going to be the top players. There just aren't enough women to where it's likely one of them is going to be a top player, but we have one in Kristen Foxen. Or it could be that men have a higher ceiling, that women can be very good at poker up to a certain point, but that men have a higher ceiling in being really great. I don't know. It's impossible to know this, what the actual situation is. It could be there's no difference. But I think it's safe to say that there's not a huge advantage. At minimum, there's not a big advantage, or even a moderate advantage, that a biological male will have over a biological female in poker. So having Aubrey there is not unfair to the women. It's very different than sports. There's all these excuses I see from the left about the sports thing, why it's okay. A lot of biased studies that claim, oh no, they're just like women once they're on hormones long enough, once they get on estrogen, once their testosterone levels go down, or if they transition early enough, blah, blah, blah. Not true. There's a lot of advantages they will always have. And that's not to say every single trans in women's sports is going to set records, but a number of them do, and they have a big advantage. There's no question about that. Common sense says it, and the results say it. So there's absolutely no reason they should be in women's sports. The only reason women's sports exists is to give the women a place to play where they're not at a natural disadvantage because men's bodies are, on the whole, much better at sports. They're faster, they're stronger, they're more athletic on average, especially when you get to sports. You know, people who, you get a group of athletic men, there's no women that can compete with them. So if we didn't have women's sports, then no women would ever make a team ever because it would be all men. So women's sports exist because they would not be able to compete with the men. And that's fine because women are different than men. But that's why women's sports were created. So you can't let men into it because they feel like they're female. It just isn't the right thing to do. It's unfair. It screws women who have put a lot of time and energy and their heart and soul into getting better and better at their sport, only to have a dude come in and just smoke them because he's got natural advantages that they'll never have. So anyone who's for that is a moron. And by the way, 80% of the country is against it. But that's very different than poker. In poker, the ladies' events, it's just arbitrary that they're having one event to have women play together because amateur female players feel more comfortable in that environment, and it's kind of like an intro to poker, intro to the World Series in a way. So as I said, most of them are not bothered by the presence of a few trans players, so let them play. Who cares? It's really not important. As you can guess, there was a lot of debate about this on X. A lot of debate on both sides. Some people were very angry about the presence of Aubrey, especially because she was doing so well. And then there were some people who were very emotional and very angry at those for criticizing this, and especially at those who were insulting Aubrey. One of the most vocal people on the side of Aubrey was someone else who got very deep in the event and, in fact, made the final table, and that was Caitlin Komeski. Caitlin actually had a very good summer. She made it deep in a number of events. I think she finished 4th in this ladies' event. And she was already friendly with Aubrey prior to this event. So she especially was bothered when people were saying negative things about Aubrey's presence there. Now, that's understandable. She's friendly with Aubrey and doesn't like seeing these things being said about her friend. I don't think they're like really close friends, but I know they're friendly, so okay, it makes sense. Nobody likes seeing their friends being put down, especially for that reason. And it's perfectly fine for Caitlin to come out and post messages in support and even to clap back at those who are writing nasty things. So that's fine. But what I didn't like was that Caitlin wrote something that anyone who's giving Aubrey a hard time about being there in order to prop up their little platforms, and I don't know who she's referring to or exactly what she's referring to, what platforms, that she's going to come after them with the fire of 10,000 suns. I don't have the tweet in front of me, but I remember the fire of 10,000 suns part, that she's going to come after them with the fire of 10,000 suns. That part was not a good look, and I'll tell you why. This makes it to where women who otherwise might want to say, hey, I didn't feel comfortable with this. I did not like seeing trans in this event. It made me feel like this isn't a ladies' event. And I know some felt that way because a few said it. But this made them afraid to do it because Caitlyn is a prominent person on poker social media. So you think these women who are not as well known as Caitlyn are going to speak up at that point when she's going to come at them with the fire of 10,000 suns? No. They're going to shut their mouths because they don't want the big backlash. They're probably shaking in their boots. I'm not kidding. That they're going to get like a big hate campaign against them for being bigoted. So most of them said nothing. So that's not right. Now, if Caitlyn wanted to say that if you're going to be insulting to Aubrey, if you're going to write nasty and mean things, I'm going to come after you with the fire of 10,000 suns. That's fine. That's just sticking up for a friend, trans or not. But the tweet said more than that. It was basically like, if you have a problem with Aubrey being there or are mean to Aubrey out here, I'm going to come after you with the fire of 10,000 suns. So that I didn't really like seeing. I don't like anything that comes from someone who's prominent in the game that's basically saying, shut up, don't disagree with me, or I'm going to really make your life hell on social media. Because people who have a big platform, people who are well known or popular or have a big following, they have an outsized influence on what people think and see. And just average people who don't have much of a following, the last thing they want is someone who's prominent in the game saying awful and nasty things about them. So they just shut up. They don't say anything. So you got to be careful when you are putting out a tweet like that you're not accidentally stifling debate. Because it is a reasonable subject to debate. And to be honest, I'm kind of, I see both sides on the whole thing. I don't really care that much about it, but I don't really feel strongly either way. I can understand why some people would not want someone who's trans in the ladies' event unless they're going to pay the extra $9,000. And I also understand why it's okay to not charge the extra $9,000 to someone like Aubrey, who lives full-time as a female and has for years. So it's something that's worthy of discussion, for sure. It's not an important topic, but it's something that's not automatically settled either way. So that should never be stifled. Now, if you want to stifle those who are being just nasty and insulting for the purpose of trying to make Aubrey feel bad or trying to just write insulting or vicious things, yeah, sure. You want to stick up for your friend, by all means do it. That's what friends do for each other. So no problem there. I have been attacked before on X by people's friends when I say something that's negative about them. I'll sometimes have someone come at me really, really hard, and I'll go, what is this guy's problem? And then I'll Google it, and I'll realize that they're close friends. I go, oh, okay, no wonder this guy cares so much about this, because I just said something bad about his close buddy. So even if I'm right, this guy is going to be pissed. So, okay, then it makes sense to me. And I don't really hold it against people for coming at me on social media to defend their friends, even if they're wrong. Because I get it. I get why people want to stick up for their friends, and in a way I admire it. I say, okay, that's cool. That guy's a good friend to have, or that girl's a good friend to have. Look how they're sticking up for their friends. So that's a good quality, It's a good quality to stick your neck out to help your friends when they're under fire. It makes you a good friend to have. So I can't hate those people. So I believe Caitlyn was just mainly trying to be a good friend there. And that's a good quality. I just didn't like that last thing she wrote. But as far as the whole issue, whatever. If Aubrey wants to play again next year, fine. If other trans play next year as they did this year, fine. It's just not the same situation as the athletics matter. And I did find it annoying, though, that we had people on both sides who really just should have shut up. You had people who were criticizing it that really were not part of the community. And if you question them, they're like, oh, no, I play all the time at my local casino. I play cash in my casino. It was bullshit. These were people I've never heard of before in poker, never tweet about poker, just really people from totally outside the community that posture as if they're in the community to bash Aubrey being there at the ladies' event, when in reality their big issue is anti-trans activism. So that was lame to posture as a member of the community when you're not. And then there were also the virtue signalers. I'm not talking about people like Caitlin who were friendly with Aubrey. That makes more sense. But there were the virtue signalers who did not know Aubrey and never met Aubrey and never talked to Aubrey and were putting out statements to show how sensitive they were. So we can look and go, oh, this person is very, very sensitive to the plight of trans people. This is a good person right here. This person is empathetic. What a great guy. Like, I saw a lot of that crap where people were purposely putting out statements there to grandstand about how tolerant they were and how empathetic they were. And it was super transparent. So we had the woke virtue signalers and we had the anti-trans people, mostly from the right, who weren't part of the community and pretending they were. So both of those groups annoyed me, and I said so. That was really what I had to say on the matter. Okay, so that's it for the World Series, but I'm going to give you a little bonus here. Let's hear how Greg Mueller, the oldest final tableist this year, he's the same age as me, and I played with him dating back about 20 years. He was once a limit hold'em player. Let's hear how Greg Mueller was going to spend his 3 weeks or so preparing for the final table of the main event. Is he getting a coach? Is he studying? Is he running hands through solvers? What is he going to be doing during this downtime between the final day of the regular main event and the final table? Let's hear.
Are we relaxing? Are we studying?
I am flying home. No studying. I'm flying home tomorrow. I'm not kidding. My trainer's moving in with me, and I'm dropping 20 lbs for the TV. I'm serious. I'm serious because when you're physically, not that I didn't need to be fit to play good, but I want to look good on ESPN. I'll be honest. I'm a vain guy.
So that's what he's doing to prepare. He's not kidding either. I noticed when I saw Greg on this broadcast that he had gained some weight. And I noticed this in a way like, oh, we're the same age, and it looks like we're about the same amount overweight. It looks like we both gained like the same amount of 50s weight. So here we're both 54, and we've both been in poker for a long time. And here I look at him and go, oh, Greg has gained some weight. And I'm sure if he saw me, he'd say, oh, Todd has gained some weight. So here I see a guy that gained weight in a similar fashion to what I did at the same age. And then he says he's going to take those weeks to live with his personal trainer and drop 20 pounds so he can look better on TV. So we'll see if he really dropped the 20 pounds. If I made the final table, that's not what my priority would be. I don't know if I would prepare at all. Like, this can sometimes backfire if you try to mess with the style that got you there. And he's been playing so long, he probably figures, screw it, I'm just going to take my style that's been working and continue here. But I might just relax. I definitely would not go through a whole undertaking of losing weight, especially because sometimes when you force off a lot of pounds quickly, it can make you not feel very good. It can sap your energy. It can make you kind of feel sick. That's the last thing you want coming into the final table. But I guess he wants to look good on ESPN. Even at age 54, he does not want to look bad on ESPN. I wonder if he's self-conscious about the fact that he's a good deal older than the remainder of the players there. I don't know who the second oldest is, but no one's anywhere near his age. So maybe that's some of it too. He didn't say that, but maybe he doesn't want to be old and fat. Maybe he just wants to be old. Actually, he doesn't want to be old. I know this because when I made a final table with him, he actually put down a false age on the info sheet, and I kind of needled him about it. And at the time, we were a lot younger than we are now. So I'm sure he doesn't love being 54. But he can't control that. But he can control his weight somewhat. There's not a lot you can do in 3 weeks, but I have a feeling he put some effort into it. Because Greg Mueller can be a dedicated and hardworking guy when he wants to be. So I wouldn't be surprised if he shows up skinnier. I think he might be the first person in World Series history that set out to lose weight for the final table. Though we do have someone in history who gained weight for the final table, and that was Russ Hamilton, of all people. Because they had a promotion that they will give you your weight in silver in addition to the regular prize if you win the main event. So that's why Russ looked so fat when he won the main event in 94, because he purposely gained a lot of weight so he'd get extra silver. You'd think with all that silver he wouldn't need to also super use on UB, but I guess he did. So I guess this is like the anti-Russ Hamilton. All right, let's move away from the World Series of Poker here. Our main topic, even though it took a while to get there, our main topic here is about the Daliman, a.k.a. Aaron O'Rourke, versus Matt Stout situation. And this is something that just came up recently. It's a new story. Kind of a disturbing story in some ways. And let me tell you, Matt Stout is really having a hard time right now reputationally. He is not looking good as a result of this story. And I actually saw it minutes after it was posted. But I was busy at the time, so I could neither share it nor comment on it right away. And by the time I was able to, it had blown up huge. I had a feeling it was going to blow up huge. The only reason I thought it might not blow up was because Daliman does not have that much of a following. He was the one who told his own story. But Sean Deeb then shared it, and that got it going, and then pretty soon everybody was sharing it, and then it became viral, at least within the community. One interesting thing about this story, as I mentioned in the intro, was that it was accompanied with videos because Daliman's daughter was present for everything that happened and got a lot of it on video. So that really put the exclamation mark on what was already a pretty outrageous story. But now everybody could see what was happening. There wasn't a full video, but there were clips, and you get enough of the idea. Before I read what Daliman wrote, I'll give you a bit of a background on him. His real name is Aaron O'Rourke. He's been in poker for well over 20 years. He is 55 years old. He'll be 56 later this year. He was born in 1970. He is not a really well-known player, but a lot of people in the community just kind of know him. So he's not someone, at least until this whole thing, that the average person who's a fan of poker would know. There'd be very few people that you would ask who's like a recreational player. They would say, oh yeah, Daliman, oh yeah, Aaron O'Rourke, I know him. Like very few. Even though he's been around for a long time, he's been very low profile. He just kind of grinds and he does his own thing. He also does some sports betting, and he is a professional gambler and a professional poker player, and he has been for more than 2 decades. But he's very under the radar. And he does not get involved in social media drama. He's active on X, but he's just not like really prominent. I had a few interactions with him. Well, more than a few. I had a number of interactions with him over time on X. I don't even think I've met him in person before. If I have, I don't remember. But I had some interactions with him on X, and he's very much on the left politically. So as you can imagine, we had our debates and disagreements. Sometimes he didn't handle those very well and got very angry and said some nasty things to me, but then would come back and apologize or write things like, okay, well, you're a moron on this, but I think you do good for the community, so, I know you're not a bad guy. Like he'd sometimes qualify his nasty words to me when he'd be mad at me about politics by saying that he actually doesn't dislike me and appreciates what I do for the community. So, I didn't think Daliman was a bad guy, even when he was sometimes a jerk to me on X. He never took it too far. He never trolled me. He only said things in anger when we're debating politics. He never blocked me. sometimes he would even qualify it, as I said, with positive things and wanted me to know that. So never thought badly of him. Sometimes I thought he could exercise a little more self-control in his political debates, because I don't do that. I don't go off on people if I'm disagreeing with politics. But, some people can't control themselves as well in political debates. But I didn't think he was a bad guy. Never heard anything bad about him as far as his integrity. Never been accused of any kind of scamming or borrowing money and not paying. Nothing like that. So very good reputation as far as how he has behaved in the community. Never has caused any problems. And I haven't had anyone ever come to me and say, hey, that Daliman's a real jerk, or he screwed me. Never anything like that. Just really never heard anything bad. I'm not saying everybody likes him. Just, most people were just kind of neutral on him or didn't know him. But those that did know him, they thought generally positively about him. And as I said, he didn't cause any trouble and never did anything unethical in poker to my knowledge. That was how I felt when I came into the previous story we did on him. And this was one I saw that he was posting on X, and it wasn't getting a lot of action because he doesn't have a big following, as I said. At the time, he was complaining about this guy that he started a sports betting partnership with, who was basically a scammer, and ripped him off. Not for a lot of money, but the guy ripped him off and was very arrogant and nasty and threatening about it when Daliman was trying to get him to pay, and I helped amplify that story. I posted about it on the Poker Fraud Alert forum. I did a segment on the show about it. Daliman himself registered an account on Poker Fraud Alert to comment on it. My coverage of it was very much on his side because he was in the right and it wasn't even close. And I even mentioned at the time that we had some political disagreements and he wasn't always pleasant during those, but that overall that I had a positive opinion of him and I think he's an honest guy. That was how I felt then, a few years ago, and that is how I feel today. Here's what he posted. And again, this is someone who's never started drama on Twitter. The only drama he ever started was about that guy who ripped him off a few years ago, and he was 100% in the right. So this is not like someone who's just always picking fights or always complaining about people or just having problems with his friends all the time. He's not that guy. So here we go. This is pretty long. He wrote, and this is on July 27th. He wrote, I have thought long and hard about what happened between Matt Stout and I late last Tuesday night. The Tuesday night he was referring to was July 25th. But after talking to multiple people, I've decided that I'm going to come forward with information on how Matt verbally and physically assaulted both me and my 18-year-old daughter. Okay, so right away we've got something pretty big right there. That Matt Stout, the leader of the charity series of poker, and a guy who's been around the game of poker since the 2000s, supposedly verbally and physically assaulted not just him, but his 18-year-old daughter. Wow. His meaning Daliman's daughter. He went on to write, I'm going to do my best to stick to the events of the evening in question and relevant data points and avoid ad hominem attacks. I may not succeed in that. This is going to be a very long thread as I want to flesh out as many details as possible. Tuesday night, I went to a home poker game that Matt Stout was running at a friend's house. All completely legal for what it's worth. So what he's trying to say is, it's a home game, but they charge no rake. That's basically what he's saying. Because if you have a home game and charge no rake, then it's actually legal. Matt and the mother of his child, Katie Morgan, yes, that Katie Morgan, he writes, broke up earlier in the year and are having some custody issues regarding their daughter. Okay, let me stop here. If you don't watch much porn, you may not know who that is, but I pretty much gave away who that is. Katie Morgan is, or shall I say was, a prolific porn star. She is now 46 years old. I don't believe she works in the porn industry anymore, but she was in a lot of films dating back to 2001. A lot of people in poker watched Katie Morgan and jerked off to Katie Morgan long before she had anything to do with poker. I don't know how she found her way to poker, but she and Matt Stout were a couple shortly after Matt Stout and his wife split. This tweet is saying that earlier in 2026, Katie and Matt split up. Now, most people by this point knew that Matt Stout and Katie Morgan were together. I was one of the first people to know this, and I actually brought it out to Poker Fraud Alert as an exclusive. Oh, guess what? Matt Stout is dating porn star Katie Morgan. And I brought it out because I noticed this on Katie Morgan's Twitter, which at the time, I have to imagine not a lot of people were following. Because, yeah, they probably watched her at some point, but I don't think there were many people following her. But I happened to find it. I wasn't following her. I know you probably don't believe me, but I wasn't following her. But I happened to see it. I think someone I'm following commented on it or something like that. And I put it together and realized that she and Matt Stout were dating. And this was not public at the time. But I figured she was making it public because she posted a picture of kissing Matt when he had won a poker tournament. So I went on Poker Fraud Alert figuring, okay, this is obviously okay to say if she's going to post a picture of herself on her own Twitter publicly kissing him when he wins a tournament, I think it's no longer a secret. So I posted it, and very shortly after that, someone who knew Matt contacted me, not on his behalf or anything, just on their own. And they told me that, he didn't ask them to contact me, but they wanted me to take it down because they weren't ready to make it fully public yet, even though she made that post. And I guess maybe she even took the post down. I forget if she did or not. But whatever it was, I was asked to remove it. So I said, okay, fine. I won't be a dick. I could leave it here. I could say, well, look, she posted this on her Twitter. It's public domain. No, I took it down. Okay, so I took it down, and then not too long after that, it became fully public they were together. So Daliman is saying here that they split and were having custody issues regarding their daughter. Now, well, hold on a second. Their daughter? Now, that I didn't know. I did not know they had a daughter. But I thought to myself, they haven't been together that long, have they? Like, I thought it was not super recent, but kind of recent. Well, I guess it's been longer than I thought. The daughter is 2 years old. Now, this might bring up another question in your mind. It definitely did to my mind. I mentioned that Katie Morgan is 46. So did she really have this kid at 44? Apparently, yes. So yes, there's a 2-year-old daughter that Matt Stout and Katie Morgan have. And they've split up, according to Daliman, and we're having some custody issues. He went on to write, it has gotten quite ugly at times. Very often with these home poker games, Katie will be there, but in this instance, she was not invited. Now, it's important to know that this is not Matt's game, nor Daliman's game. It's the game run by a third party, guy who goes by CJ. Shortly after the game started, my 18-year-old daughter, who babysits for their daughter, meaning Matt and Katie's daughter, the 2-year-old, at times as well for Matt's son, told me that Katie was coming by to pick her up for them to hang out. I told my daughter in no uncertain terms that Katie was not allowed to come in. So what he's trying to say here is his 18-year-old daughter babysits not only for the 2-year-old, but also for Matt's son that he has with his ex-wife, who I believe is 7. So this girl babysits for both of these kids. But that he told his daughter that Katie wasn't supposed to come in because of her issues right now with Matt with the custody thing. Otherwise, it would be very contentious. So that's understandable. Matt made it clear that Katie was not allowed in, and my daughter said she knew. About 15 minutes later, Katie came to pick her up with no issues. Now, I had misread this at the time. I had thought when he said pick her up, I thought he meant that the 2-year-old daughter was over at this home game, maybe because Matt had her, and since he was leaving to go play the game, he couldn't leave the 2-year-old home alone. So I thought that he brought the 2-year-old to the home game and that Daliman's 18-year-old daughter was watching that girl in the other room. But apparently that's not what it was. Apparently Katie, who's, remember, 46, became friendly with Daliman's 18-year-old daughter, which is a little bit weird, I'll say. But they have a friendship, and that Katie was coming by to actually hang out with his daughter, apparently. So then Daliman wrote, I asked her, referring to his daughter, why she was still there, referring to Katie, and she said she was there to see Matt, and she was giving him one last chance to do the right thing. I didn't get into what the right thing was supposed to be or anything else, as I was trying to be as Switzerland as possible, meaning he was trying to be neutral in this situation, but that for whatever reason, Katie came over there knowing Matt was there, expecting Matt to come out and talk to her. So she wasn't really just coming out to hang out with Daliman's 18-year-old daughter. She was actually coming with that as a pretense to then get Matt to come out and have some kind of discussion to, quote, do the right thing, whatever that was supposed to be. And we never found what that was going to be. But I did tell Katie I thought it was a bad idea for her to still be there, and she said she wasn't leaving until she got a chance to talk to Matt. Now, so far, this doesn't sound that bad for Matt, right? It sounds like Matt is trying to stay away from her and not bring their drama into the home game, and Katie's there saying, no, Matt, you're going to come out and talk to me about our problems here, our custody issues. And Matt's like, no, don't let her in. I don't want her here. This is not the place for it. So far in this story, Matt sounds in the right, and Katie sounds like she's kind of invading the space there. But this changes pretty quickly. Daliman then goes on to give some background. He says, a little bit of background here. I've known Matt for about 8 years. We used to play at Auancea a lot, and I respected his game, and he seemed like a pretty great guy, especially after hearing about his charitable works. I'll stop here and just tell you quickly, Matt runs something called the Charity Series of Poker, where they have these poker games where a number of celebrities and poker pros show up, and then other people can show up as well, and then the percentage of the proceeds go towards various charities. I'm not sure which ones, but Matt's been doing this for a while. It's called the CSOP, the Charity Series of Poker. So basically, Daliman's saying that he respected Matt for that and also thought he was a good player, so they became friends. He went on to write, we would see each other from time to time over the years, but about 10 months ago I found out about a home game he was running and I started playing in it. He allowed me to play the game even though he knows I'm a pro. That said, he did have to admonish me a couple times when I reacted poorly to some bad beats, which is definitely on me, but I made adjustments. He made these admonishments quietly and in text, and it was very professional about it the entire time. So again, so far Matt looks good here. Daliman, who was invited to this game, which sounds like it was a good game with a number of fish there, and that Daliman was one of the few pros. I don't know why he couldn't control himself, but Daliman, by his own admission, quote, reacted poorly to bad beats. So he probably berated the fish, and Matt was going, what the fuck are you doing, guy? I invited you to this game, and now you're berating our fish here. Don't do that. So I guess this happened on 2 occasions, and both times Matt texted him afterwards saying, don't do it, and that finally Daliman realized that he shouldn't be doing that and controlled himself in the future. I'm surprised this happened at all, because Daliman's been around forever, and you know, if you're a poker pro, that even when fish put bad beats on you and you lose a lot of money, you just gotta grin and bear it. You never berate a fish. You never give them a hard time for putting bad beats on you. Never. Anyway, so far Matt looks good, right? Playing in that game every Thursday became the highlight of my week. Again, remember, this wasn't at Matt's house, even though Matt was, I guess, one of the game organizers. I was having some pretty serious issues with my girlfriend at the time, as well as a friend that owes me an exorbitant amount of money. This is a consistent issue with me. I'm obviously not smart. Yeah, Daliman's not very good at picking friends. He really isn't. He just keeps getting these friends who screw him in some way. Plus, I was dealing with a recent family tragedy, and then he mentioned someone with his same last name that I won't bother getting into. It was a young person in his family who died in a tragic way. So he went on to write, Matt and Katie, as well as other people in the group that we're playing with, were all extremely supportive, and I considered them like family, and they treated me as such as well. In late December, meaning 2025, Matt related to me that he was having some money issues that should be resolved when he sells his house, and I offered to help out, ultimately loaning him $20,000. Uh-oh, I think you guys know where this is going. As it turned out, when he did end up selling his house, he didn't get as much as he thought he would, so he told me it was going to take a little longer to get paid back. I didn't give him a hard time about it. A few months ago, when he and Katie started having some significant issues and Katie wanted him to move out, I told him if he needs a place to stay, he can stay in my spare room and that I wouldn't charge him anything for at least the first 3 months he stayed there. In early June, he moved in with me for 6 weeks. Just this past Monday, he moved out without us having any kind of direct problems between us and him just needing to move because he needed to establish residency or something for the school his son was going to. I considered Matt one of my best friends, and Matt said the same thing about me multiple times. The events I'm about to relate to you happened the very next day. So up until Tuesday the 25th, everything was fine between them, except for Matt not paying back any of the $20K he borrowed. But at least he did leave Daliman's house without being prodded to. He left after 6 weeks or so when he was told he could stay there 3 months. And they didn't have any kind of issues with each other there. A few hours later, the game was over, and since I had brought my chips for the game, I was acting as the bank, meaning Daliman was cashing everyone out. I had cashed almost everyone out except myself, the owner of the house named CJ, and Matt. As I'm cashing the owner of the house, Matt starts sarcastically talking about how happy he is that he gets to deal with Katie because my daughter and I brought her over here tonight. I immediately cut him off and said, no, we're not going to do any of that. The issues you and Katie are having are between the two of you, and you don't need to bring us into it. I didn't yell, but I did say it somewhat sternly to him to cut him off right away. He kept going, not necessarily in any sort of really hard way, but just kind of casually saying, oh yeah, well, it's so great that I have to spend my evening when I'm trying to enjoy myself. And again, I said, that's between you guys, don't involve us. We're standing at the poker table, and I'm standing at the 7 seat, and Matt's at the 9. My daughter is on the ground picking up some poker chips for me that I'd accidentally knocked over. Now, here's the part that really goes off the rails. He writes, my daughter then says, don't get mad at my dad. I was the one who wanted to hang out with Katie anyway. To which Matt responds verbatim, quote, so this is all your fault, you stupid little fucking cunt. Wow. So according to this story, Matt called Daliman's daughter a stupid little fucking cunt right in front of Daliman. He said this to an 18-year-old. Matt is 41, by the way. Daliman went on to write, by the way, this is not the first time he called my daughter a cunt. The first time I was sleeping, and it was another instance where Katie came over. My daughter was watching Matt's son at the time, and Matt was out back, and Matt had told her that if Katie knocks, not to answer. Now, I don't know the exact details here, or if my daughter opened the door for her or Matt decided to go out there, but what I was told is that Matt and Katie were arguing out front, and that Emerson, that's his daughter's name, heard what was going on and wanted to help, as she hates conflict of any sort. In her inimitable wisdom, she thought it would be a good idea to bring Matt's son, which again is not Katie's son, that's from the previous relationship, his marriage. So she brought Matt's son out, and that they would stop arguing if they saw him. So she walked out with Matt's 70-year-old son and said, hey guys, can you please stop fighting? Which wasn't very smart, but of course he's only 18, so it's understandable how this wasn't the best decision. But yeah, when a couple's fighting, you don't bring like the 7-year-old out there to stop them from fighting, because if they don't, then it's going to upset the 7-year-old. So you definitely don't do that. But okay, the girl was 18. She didn't make the best choice. To which Matt responded, you stupid fucking cunt. I told you to keep him inside. So this wasn't the same night. This had happened beforehand. I don't know how long before it was, but it wasn't like the same day or the same week. So it was again about Katie, and this is now the second time on the 25th of July that he called Daliman's 18-year-old daughter a cunt. So that's not good. That is not good at all. He wrote, my daughter went inside, kind of freaking out, and a couple minutes later, Matt came back and apparently apologized for what he said. I didn't find out about this till the next morning. Matt had just moved in about a week earlier. He was not doing very well mentally or monetarily. He owed me $20K, and I had recently become familiar with his volatility, so I reluctantly decided to let sleeping dogs lie and not address the issue. So basically he's explaining why after the first cunt incident, he just let it go. I did so because he responds extremely poorly, if at all, in any of these situations in my experience and what has been related to me. So he's basically saying that he didn't feel that confronting Matt about calling his daughter that was going to result in anything positive, so he just let it go, which was a mistake, of course. So anyway, as soon as he says that to my daughter, I immediately turn on him and say, don't you call my daughter a cunt. And he immediately meets me right in the middle and gets nose to nose with me and says, what the fuck are you going to do about it? I said, I'm not going to sit here and let you call my daughter a cunt. What the fuck is wrong with you? And he said, what the fuck are you going to do about it? Again, and I said, I'm not going to let you call my daughter a cunt. And he said, but what are you going to do about it? I said, I'm not scared of him. And he said, you should be. As we were nose to nose, he grabbed me by my throat and shoved me backwards. My initial reaction was to charge back at him, but CJ got in the middle of us, and I decided it would be a bad idea to fight him here for multiple reasons. First and foremost, because I'm 55 years old, I'm not a fighter, I'm 5'8", I weigh 155, and he's 6 feet tall, weighs 185, and is a self-professed hockey goon that loves to fight. Now that part surprised me. He went on to write, he actually fights so much that he was suspended from a hockey league for fighting too much. Suspended from hockey for fighting too much, wow. I'm really surprised by this, because I don't have experience with Matt Stout in person. I played with him once at the World Series in like the late 2000s, and it was very unremarkable. Other than that, I've never seen him in person. We've talked occasionally in DM, but again, it's been pretty unremarkable. It's usually like he'll see something I'm tweeting, and not even about him, just like whatever random stuff I'm tweeting about in poker, and he'll sometimes send me a DM about that tweet. So we're not friends, we're not enemies. I never had any issues with him, but I never got from him that he was like a confrontational guy who loved fighting. I always got that he was like kind of like a soft-spoken guy. And in fact, there is someone on Twitter who goes by Retchy, W-R-E-T-C-H-Y, whose real name is Dan Martin. And Retchy was picking on him all the time on Twitter and writing just a lot of awful things and saying he's going to kick his ass, and just a lot of very aggressive stuff from Retchy, who hated him for some reason, and Matt did not respond. So I'm thinking, okay, Matt seems like a pretty passive guy. I didn't know why Retchy hated him, and I didn't know why some other people seemed to really not like him, because I had not seen anything from Matt Stout that was objectionable, but admittedly I didn't know him very well. And in my interactions with him, he'd always been just calm and measured. So I pictured a guy who would not be like this. I would never imagine he's the guy who gets kicked out of hockey leagues for fighting too much, but apparently that's what Daliman's saying. He went on to write, in his own words, he was kicked out of the league because at the hearing about his suspension, he called one of the female committee members that was ruling on his case. What do you think he called her? If you had to guess, what do you think he called her? Yes. A cunt. I think that's his favorite word. Just a wild guess. This is a very common occurrence for him. He calls women cunts a lot, which is kind of strange. He goes on to write, I decided to turn away from him and go to the other side of the table while CJ was in between us. And he said, if you aren't scared, why are you running? And I said, because I'm not trying to start a fight with you in our friend's house. And he started calling me a pussy. Then my daughter said, hey, Matt, do you want to get your ass kicked by an 18-year-old? And Matt said, oh, yeah, sure, like you could. If he really said that, that's a dumb response. If an 18-year-old girl said to me, hey, Todd, how do you like to get your ass kicked by an 18-year-old? I just kind of laugh. Or I'd go, what? What are you saying to me? Like, I wouldn't go, oh, you can't kick my ass. Like, I wouldn't even respond like, oh, like you could. It's like self-explanatory. You don't need to tell an 18-year-old girl when you're a grown man that she can't kick your ass. You just kind of laugh it off if someone says that. So apparently he said, oh, yeah, like you could. And then Daliman says, I told my daughter to stay out of it and not say anything. Then he started arguing with her more, and I got in between where they were. Then we started arguing back and forth again, and that's what you see in the following two videos. I had to split them up because of Twitter's video length limits. So he posts two videos again that were one video, but he split because of he doesn't have a premium Twitter account. And I'm going to play them to you and describe what's going on. Here's the first one.
Give me my 20 grand, you little bitch.
Now that's Daliman. Give me my 20 grand, you little bitch. Referring to, of course, Matt owing the 20 grand.
No, are you tough now? Are you tough? Yes. I'm tough enough to fucking not take some bitch fucking call my daughter a cunt.
By the way, you like the music in the background? It doesn't fit the moment. It really doesn't. It's just, I don't know this music because I'm an old guy, but it sounds kind of like, almost like boy bandish. It's very weird to have in the background when two guys aged 41 and 55 are talking about fighting. This like upbeat boy bandish type song. Really the worst music to have here, but let's go on.
Oh, you're so funny smiling.
Now that's actually significant. He says, oh, you're so funny smiling. Now, of course, you can't see this because this is an audio show, but Matt was just kind of grinning as Daliman saying, what, you call my daughter a cunt? And he has this big grin on his face. So it's pissing off Daliman even more that he finds it very serious that his daughter's being called a cunt, and Matt's just grinning.
Let me pay you out, okay? Or actually, maybe I should just keep what you owe.
Is it fun for you?
My fucking way.
Do you think it's fun for me to be the bigger person to a grown-ass man?
Okay, so that was, of course, his daughter who's recording this. Daliman at first is saying, let me just cash you out. And then he said, you know what, maybe I should just keep it. Because, of course, Matt owes him $20K. And Matt has like $2,300 in front of him. So now Daliman's saying, you know, maybe I should just keep it, especially the way you're acting here.
Hey, you owe me $20,000 and you're going to talk to my fucking daughter like that? After she decided to bring me? Whatever.
I didn't.
So that's basically an admission that he really did it. So just in case you think maybe Daliman's lying, maybe he's exaggerating about his daughter being called a cunt, notice Matt isn't saying, no, I never said that. No, you're exaggerating. No, I never used that word. He says, you owe me $20,000 and you have the nerve to call my daughter a cunt. And his response was, well, yeah, because she brought her here. So he's basically saying, yeah, I called her a cunt because she brought Katie here. So I don't know how he could deny that he said that, because that video makes it very clear that he did say it, and that's the justification, that his daughter brought Katie there, which, of course, is not the justification. In his mind it was, but that's not justification to say that sort of thing to an 18-year-old girl.
She was going to come in.
Where am I going to get my money, by the way? You told me my age. And now you're threatening me and my daughter.
If we want to talk that, let's talk you paying me $120 for watching both of your kids overtime.
I don't know if this is true, and it's not actually in the story that Daliman tells, but his daughter's claiming that Matt owes her $120 for watching his kids overtime. So Matt couldn't even pay her the $120 over like multiple times of watching the kids? Oh, boy. I don't know. Maybe next time I'm in Vegas and I need someone to watch. Well, I guess I don't need someone to watch my kid anymore because he's not a little kid anymore. But if I did have a young kid and I needed a babysitter, she'd be a good one to hire because she'll let me do it on credit. If I'm not doing too well at the tables, I can pay her later, apparently.
Fuck you, the fucking bet with your excess shit. I don't want to see.
Watch his kids for over 15 hours, by the way.
Yeah, she says 15 hours worth of watching his kids and hasn't been paid yet.
Do not threaten my fucking daughter. While she's shitty like this? I'm not scared of you. Yeah,
This is for my safety. I've seen what you do.
That's what I thought. I'm not fucking scared.
You're gonna break this table like you broke the nursery?
I ain't scared of you.
You're all cash now.
Let's go to part 2. Remember, this is all the same video, just split up for Twitter purposes.
You're a tough guy. Calling an 18-year-old girl a cunt. That'll go well with the charity street focus stuff. Real well. When your little child is threatening me and going to talk about kicking my ass, she's 18. She's 18.
So basically, Matt is now also justifying it that he was threatened by Daliman's daughter to kick his ass. And Daliman saying, well, look, she's 18. She's an 18-year-old girl.
Dumb kid. You're a dumb adult. You're a dumb adult.
Do you think it was easy for me to be the bigger person earlier?
That was great. So you know what you could have said? I would have appreciated you being next.
So you hear in the background, this is that CJ guy. It's his house, and he's worried where this is going. So he tried to block the way very briefly and say to Daliman's daughter, excuse me, can you not record this? And his daughter didn't listen, just kept doing it. So briefly, you don't get to see what's happening, but you can hear. And then CJ just gives up and moves out of the way. So it looks like this is going to actually end because Daliman is asking CJ if he has $10 so this way he can pay out Matt exactly of the 23 and change that's owed to him, $23.55 or something. And that was supposedly going to be the end of it, but it's not the end of it.
You're really satisfied with yourself, aren't you, little smiley little bitch?
Dad.
You want
Dad.
to get my money since you're going to fuck over and talk shit to my daughter and try and fight me and stick your hands on me, bitch?
That's because you got in my face.
That's because you call my daughter a cunt. Because you call everyone a cunt. You call your wife a cunt.
Dad.
You call her a cunt.
You got in his
You call my daughter a cunt. You call my daughter a cunt.
Dad, please.
So Daliman is getting agitated again. He was starting to cash him out, and then he starts to think about it, and he's like, I'm cashing this fucker out who owes me $20K, promised it by April. We're sitting here in late July, and I haven't gotten a penny. And this guy has 2,300 something in front of him. Now, we don't know how much of that is profit. Maybe none of it is. Maybe he lost in the game. We don't know. But he's going to be cashing out 2,300 something, and Daliman has to be the one to do it. And the same night, his daughter's been called a cunt by Matt for bringing Katie over there. So Daliman's thinking, why am I giving this guy the money after he did this to my daughter and he owes me $20K? Why am I not just keeping it and subtracting it from the $20K?
Do you think I'm scared of you? I'm not scared of you.
Grab my throat right now, Aaron.
I'm not scared of you.
Aaron, grab my throat.
Okay, you may wonder what grab my throat's about. That's Matt speaking. For whatever reason, I don't know why, Matt keeps saying grab my throat as a way of like, okay, if you want to fight me, if you're a tough guy, start off by grabbing my throat and see what happens. It's kind of weird. I've never heard that before. I've heard like, go ahead, hit me, go ahead, take a swing. I've seen that before. I've never heard grab my throat, but that's what he's saying.
If you're not scared, grab my throat.
Dad.
I'm not trying to start a
Why
fight
are
with
you
you.
grabbing my
I'm not
throat?
trying to start a
You're
fight
not a
with you.
fucking bitch.
Because I'm not trying to start a fight with you. I want my 20 grand. Because you're...
Okay, so that's where the video cuts off. So then he goes on to explain what happened after that. Remember, he posted those 2 videos in the middle of the story. He goes on to write, I don't think I did the greatest job, but I don't have a lot of experience of this kind of thing. Anyway, as you can see in the video multiple times, I say I just want to cash you out, and I'm very obviously amped up and shaking with adrenaline and trying to calm down. Meanwhile, the entire time, Matt is completely calm as if this is just a normal thing for him. Pretty much the entire time, he's also grinning as if he's having a great time. As you can hear multiple times, he talks about how he thinks I'm scared of him, and I should be scared of him, etc. Then I very stupidly think that if I mentioned to him, hey, I let you stay with me for free, I loaned you $20K, that he might come to his senses, but instead he just started making excuses about the $20K. Somewhere I mentioned that I'm not doing a bet about a DEXA scan that we planned the next day, which is where you also see him grinning at me like he's enjoying this. I don't understand that part about the DEXA scan. As you can see in the video, I say multiple times, just count your money so I can cash you out. Which is important because I found out a few days later that his spin is that the argument started because I told him I wasn't going to cash him out and that I started a fight with him at that point. Then he tries to blame it on my daughter and says it's her fault for bringing Kate. So I guess the catalyst for him bringing out this whole story 2 days after it happened was that he was considering just keeping this to himself, and then he started hearing that Matt was telling their mutual friends and acquaintances that Daliman wasn't cashing him out, was trying to keep the money, and then was trying to start a physical fight about it when Daliman didn't want to do it, and Matt was demanding that he gets the money, and so Daliman's like, no, that's not what happened. Matt's skipping a whole lot of steps here and warping this to be something else than it really was, and he got tired of Matt telling people this, so he just decided to come out and post this on public Twitter. I said, you didn't need to call her a cunt, and Matt says, well, when she threatens me, that's when I call her a stupid little fucking cunt, and I said, no, that's not how it happened at all. It happened exactly as I said earlier in the thread. For a point of reference, my daughter is 18 years old, 5'5" and 120 pounds. She has borderline personality disorder and PTSD. She has been in mental health facilities 12 times in her life, has attempted suicide 9 times, and is a cutter. She still struggles every day. So, that's very sad that his daughter is having all these problems already by age 18, to have been institutionalized 12 times by then and trying to kill herself 9 times and cuts herself. And obviously, this girl needs a lot of help and has a lot of issues, and that's sad. And it's funny because hearing her in the background of this video, she seems to just be a normal girl from what I can hear. But we don't get a whole lot from her there, but the way she's handling Matt there, aside from threatening to kick his ass at one point, she seemed to be handling this pretty normally. But I guess she has a lot of issues. I would say that's a reason you should not bring her to a poker environment. And I know these were people that were friendly with Daliman, and he saw them as his friends, and that he felt it was safe for her. But the truth is that poker has a lot of degenerates, and a lot of people who kind of snap easily, and a lot of people who are nice one day and not so nice the next. And he already saw that side of Matt before this, so honestly, he should have kept her away. I'm not saying this is Daliman's fault in any way. I'm just saying that from a parenting perspective, he should have kept her away from Matt, especially after that first incident with being called a cunt. Really, he shouldn't have had his daughter around Matt anymore. And in general, I think his daughter would be better off with girls her own age than adult poker players. But that's not really the point here. I just wanted to put that out there. Anyway, he goes on to say, but she has really come a long way since her sister died, and I'm extremely proud of her, and Matt knows all of this. The sister dying was the tragedy that happened in Arizona, and that the sister, I guess, is a half-sister. He doesn't say this, but that's what I'm assuming here, that this is probably a half-sister on on the girl's mother's side, and that I know that a 19-year-old in Daliman's family died in Arizona. So he's saying that she's come a long way since her sister died, and he's proud of her. He said, Matt knows all of this, and he still said what he said, and then he did what he did. Like I said, I'm not a fighter, but I'll lose a fight defending my 18-year-old daughter. That is a good point, though. Matt was aware, apparently, and I believe it, of Daliman's daughter's issues. So it's bad enough to say that sort of thing to any 18-year-old girl if you're a 41-year-old man. But to say it to an 18-year-old who has a lot of mental health issues is especially bad. Like, this is not even just like your average 18-year-old. This is an 18-year-old with a lot of problems. So you're making her problems worse. You're really attacking a vulnerable young girl by calling her a cunt. It's just really bad to do that. There's no possible excuse to do that there, especially just for bringing over his ex. I mean, and it wasn't done maliciously, and he had to know that. So, pretty bad. Then he goes on to write, anyway, as you can see in the video, he keeps antagonizing me, then is trying to say everything started after she threatened him, and I'm saying that's not how it happened, and he said that it's my fault because I got in his face. I say, yeah, because you're calling my daughter a cunt, and you grabbed me by the throat and pushed me away, and then he starts saying, if you're not scared of me, grab my throat, literally leaning over the table, baring his throat, daring me to grab it, which is what was in the video. He was leaning over the table going, grab my throat, like actually putting his throat out there. It was kind of weird. This is classic bully abuser behavior, of course, trying to get the person that doesn't want to fight to react or respond physically, then have an excuse for everything that happens after. In the video, I'm trying to count money out for him, but I'm having a hard time because he keeps coming at me and I'm still so amped up and I'm wondering when I'm going to get my $20K at this point. So I say I'm going to keep this money and put it towards the number you owe me. He starts making excuses about that money and says it went to help Katie, which doesn't mean anything at this point in time. Then he starts trying to, again, say, grab my throat over and over. So I notice that my daughter is recording all of this still. I say, make sure you give me that video because I'm going to post it, because I think maybe Matt will realize how bad it will look. But of course, it makes no difference at all to him. He comes around the table, repeating, grab my throat over and over again. Very obsessed with the throat grabbing, Matt Stout, apparently. As he gets close to me, my daughter says, Matt, no, and grabs him by the shirt, and he immediately turns on her and says, get your fucking hands off me, pushes her arm away from her, and pushes her. CJ and I immediately get in the middle of them, and I do my best not to escalate the situation. I tell Matt not to touch her, and I told her not to touch him because I was just trying to get this over with and get the fuck out of there. But obviously now Matt smelled blood. Now I have a video of this part. He led off with this video, even though he hadn't given the context yet. This is the first video he posted on his first tweet to kind of get your attention. So this video I'm going to play you here is 64 seconds and starts off with Matt explaining what happened to the money that he was supposed to pay back to Daliman, blaming it on Katie.
Ask Katie where the money is, because she's the one that was spending all the money and not fucking paying her bills. Why do you think? I was trying to restructure her mortgage so that she wouldn't lose her house. So I had to borrow money to try to help Katie save her house.
Yeah, sorry to me. Here I am getting fucked.
Grab my throat. Grab my throat.
Yeah, here we go with the the throat grabbing. And for some reason, the audio cuts out for like 3 seconds of the video, too.
Doesn't matter. Give me my money, you pathetic bitch.
Guys, please stop.
I'm working on it. Grab my throat.
Guys, stop.
You want to grab my throat? You keep talking about how tough you are.
Make sure you give me that.
Grab my throat.
I'm posting that shit.
Grab my throat. Grab my throat.
Matt, no.
Get your fucking hand out. Are you kidding me? Do not touch her. Do not touch her. And do not touch him.
So this is Daliman saying, do not touch her and do not touch him, because what had just happened there was she said Matt no, because she was afraid that Matt was going to start attacking her dad. So she preemptively went up to Matt and grabbed his shirt, and then he says, get your fucking hands off me, and shoves her away. And then that got Daliman really pissed, and he says, do not touch her, and then he turned around to his daughter and said, do not touch him. Now, at this point, I noticed, nothing to do with the story, but I noticed that Daliman was wearing a Pac-Man shirt. Apparently, Daliman has Pac-Man fever. He'll forever be reminded of this night when he puts on that shirt in the future. But let's go on here.
Do not touch him.
I grabbed his shirt. 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 I have it on camera.
So at this point, they're kind of like pushing each other back and forth. And she was saying, I grabbed his shirt and I have it on camera. I don't know why she's saying that. Now, let me stop here. This is the only segment in the entire thing where I understood what Matt was doing, because Daliman's daughter grabbed his shirt, and obviously he's not going to just stand there and let that happen. So he pushed her off. And that's fine. You know, I think about if I were in some kind of altercation with a guy and that a female involved in the whole thing, whether it's his daughter or his girlfriend or his wife, whatever it is, tries to intervene by grabbing my shirt. Well, what am I going to do? I'm not going to punch her, but I'm also not going to just stand there and let her grab my shirt and do whatever else she wants. So what I would do is then push her off of me and say, don't touch me. So that's what Matt did. He pushed Daliman's daughter away and said, don't touch me. So Daliman had a right to be mad about everything up until there, but the thing with his daughter grabbing Matt's shirt and being pushed off, Daliman got very angry that she got pushed off, but that was actually reasonable on Matt's part that he pushed her off. That was one of the few reasonable things Matt did, but that really escalated it. So he went on to write, the next part isn't on video, but as I remember, the owner of the house got everything separated, and Matt kept raving, saying, give me my fucking money. Because remember, he still hasn't been cashed out yet. At which point in time, I said, you know what? I'm actually going to keep all of this and take it off the number that you owe me. He blew up after that and tried to come after me again. Said, God damn it, give me my fucking money. You're not leaving here without giving me my money, over and over, around which point in time, again, he kept leaning over saying, come on, you fucking pussy, grab me by the throat. And then he also said the same thing in a text shortly after when I sent him a text updating our figure. His total cash out was $23.31, so he still owes me $17,669, to which he responded, what are you talking about? I don't owe you anything, and you owe me $23.31. So he's claiming that was the text with Matt afterwards, and he showed a screenshot of that text. Then he reached for the money in my hand, and I pulled back my arm, and he grabbed my arm, at which point in time I did push him back by the throat. So I guess he finally got his wish. He finally had his throat touched by Daliman. And he came after me. Same thing happened with my daughter, where he came after me after she grabbed him again, and he turned on her. Then CJ and I both grabbed Matt, and my daughter got away. So I guess he grabbed Daliman's daughter again. I don't quite understand that part. As we were in the scrum, Matt punched me a couple of times in the side of the head and the face, but it was mostly glancing stuff, as CJ was in there as well. So I guess Matt's throwing punches at that point, but because CJ is kind of blocking them, it's kind of like barely hitting Daliman and not really hurting. Since Matt's arms were already over my shoulders, I ducked my head down and tried to do a double leg takedown, which went poorly. I love the way he puts that. Like at first it sounds like he's doing this technical wrestling move about, I tried to do a double leg takedown, but then he admits, which went poorly. We ended up falling on the couch with me on the bottom face down and Matt on top of me punching me in the back and the back of my head. It kind of got to the point where I could just feel both of them, meaning CJ kind of trying to pull Matt off and then Matt himself, laying on me, and action had mostly stopped. It was probably 10 seconds or so, and just started saying over and over, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. I let go of Matt and just put my hands on the couch, and I could feel both of them peeling off of me. And as they were getting off of me, I had my hands beside my head, and Matt punched me once in the side of the face and then again in the back of the head before CJ pulls him off of me. So I'm going to play that video. Now, most of this is just something you have to see, not hear, but I will play it anyway and try to describe the action. This is when it'd be better if I had a video show.
How many years is it going to take?
So Matt is saying like a lot of nonsense that's really hard to understand what he's trying to say. He said, how many is it going to take? How many is it going to take? So it's like, how many is it going to take something? And Daliman describes this later that he was trying to say, like, what is it going to take for me to get off of you? And he was kind of extrapolating from that, saying that Matt was trying to say, what is it going to take, like, offer something so I get off of you and stop hitting you here. But I think that's kind of a stretch. I think Matt was just, like, in a rage and just blabbering.
How many is it going to take? How many is it going to take, guys? I'm done.
And his daughter's crying watching this.
I'm done.
So you heard, I'm done. So that was basically Daliman saying he's giving up as far as the fight. Then he goes on to write, the next video doesn't have audio for some reason, but you can see that he's still trying to come after me. As soon as I got off the couch, I said, fuck this, I'm calling the cops, at which point he said, yeah, good, call the cops, I can't wait to talk to them. Police get there, and I tell my side of the story, and my daughter shows them the videos. They tell me that Matt will be charged with battery. Afterwards, the police tell me that Matt wants me to be charged with battery also. However, the police declined to charge me because they could see very clearly in the videos that he was the aggressor, and I was trying to de-escalate the situation and not fight him. To which Matt said, yeah, she's editing the videos to make me look bad. Mind you, this is about 10 minutes after everything happened. Apparently, he wants people to think my daughter is a video editing wizard. So basically, he's saying that what Matt told the police didn't make sense, that she edited it to make him look bad. There just wasn't time to edit. For the record, every bit of video that we have is what you see. I didn't get a chance to watch the videos until late the next afternoon. By this point, my daughter had already sent them to Katie. I talked to Katie, and she said it's a good thing CJ was there. And I said, yeah, it certainly was. And she said, no, Aaron, you don't understand. When Matt gets going on someone, he doesn't stop. When Matt and Katie first started dating, Katie already had a boyfriend. The situation was fine with all parties concerned, but one day a lot of alcohol was flowing, and Katie's boyfriend called Matt a pussy and also pushed Katie. Katie said that Matt jumped on him and kicked his ass, and I said, yeah, you put your hands on a woman, you're going to get your ass kicked. And she said, no, Aaron, you don't understand. He almost beat him to death. I thought he was going to kill him. He didn't stop till he was pulled off. After the first punch or two, he was down on the ground and done, and Matt jumped on him and just kept punching him over and over and over again. It was bad, very bad. But the battery case was dismissed because he didn't leave when asked, pushed Katie, and because he was a porn star. Not she was a porn star, he was a porn star. So I guess Katie was dating a fellow porn star, and I guess Matt was the guy who kind of took her away from this porn star. And a fight ended up developing, and I guess they were all drinking. Katie's porn star boyfriend at the time pushed Katie when an argument broke out, and then Matt got especially mad when he was also called a pussy during the whole thing. So then Matt jumped on him and beat him really badly, and Katie felt that Matt would have actually beat him to death because the guy had given up, but he just kept hitting him over and over and over again until someone pulled him off. So she was basically saying to Daliman, you're lucky CJ was there, he would have done that to you. Which maybe is possible because Matt was in this weird mode going, how much is it going to take? How many is it going to take? And he wasn't making any sense. So maybe he's right. Later that day, when I'm watching the video when he's on top of me, I can't quite make out what Matt is saying over and over, so I turn up the volume and I hear it. How many is it going to take to get me? How many is it going to take to get me, motherfucker? How many is going to take, Aaron, to get me off you? I wasn't quite sure if I was going to go public with this until I saw and heard that. And then I was quite sure, because I knew what that meant. That meant that if CJ wasn't there and Matt got the better of me, which is extremely likely, he was not going to stop. He was not going to stop until he was satisfied. And I don't want to find out what it takes to satisfy Matt when it comes to beating the shit out of someone. So yes, Matt was correct. I should be scared of him, not because he would almost certainly beat me in a fight, but because if and when he did get the better of me, he would not stop until he was good and ready to. It's possible. Now, the how many is it going to take, I don't think necessarily means that. I don't think this meant anything rational, to be honest. Actually, that's not entirely true about the going public part. Another large part of it is Katie telling me that night that she's worried that one day he's going to come over there and kill her and then kill himself. I thought that was a bit extreme, but I had also seen some pretty extreme behaviors from him recently, obviously including what had just happened a few hours before with me. But after I saw that video, I understood. I finally understood. As far as what happened since, Matt didn't contact me until almost 4 days later after I told someone who had been mediating that I was likely to go public with what happened for the reasons I've already given. I don't understand the 4 days later thing, because he came out with this on the 27th. I thought when he said Tuesday night, because the 27th was a Thursday, and that Tuesday would have been the 25th. So maybe this happened on July 18th. I don't know. Who really cares? At that point in time, it seemed like he was in damage control mode rather than actual contrition, and I told him so. To which he responded that he's at his lowest point in life and that he needed some time to clear his mind. Meanwhile, multiple people told me that he was telling them and other people that the entire reason we fought was because I refused to cash him out, and that I tried to start a fight with him, and that I got what I deserved. Apparently, when one mutual friend told him they saw the video, and that not only was that not true, but that he called my daughter a cunt, his response was, she's not a normal 18-year-old, which is very correct, she's not. But I would love to hear his definition of what an 18-year-old girl deserves to be called a stupid little fucking cunt. As we were driving to the game that night, my daughter asked me if there's any possibility that Matt would be hitting on her. I asked her why, and she said a lot of times he seems like he's being really nice to me, and it seems like he might be hitting on me. I said absolutely not, and it's unfortunate that you're still at an age and you're experienced with men that are only nice to you because they want something from you. I said Matt's not like that. He would never do something like that, and he is someone that is looking out for your best interests, and I hope as you get older you learn to understand the difference. So now I get to do the hard work moving forward from the mistake I made regarding Matt and try to rebuild her trust in men. Because even though he obviously wasn't interested in her in that way, and he did profess to care about her, it took nothing for him to turn on her. So he kind of took a weird way to get there. He was basically saying she thought Matt might be hitting on her because he was very nice to her. He explained to her that, no, Matt just cares about her, but he's not like that. And that he agrees Matt's still not like that. That Matt was not trying to hit on her, even after all this, but that Matt did turn on her just in being a jerk to her and calling her those names, and now she doesn't trust men. But, you know, maybe, like, she's 18, she had this nice guy in her life, and then he does this to her, so maybe she will think any guy that's nice to her will eventually do this. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I realize posting this is going to jeopardize me getting my $17,669 as well as my daughter's safety and my safety, but I feel the story has to be told. If Matt would attack one of his best friends and an 18-year-old daughter and talk about how many people it's going to take to stop him, what's the next time he gets angry and no one's there to stop him? He has already texted Katie before that he was going to beat the shit out of any guy that was at her house and smash his windows, etc. And he has smashed Katie's windshield before. For the record, I've never had a windshield broken, tire slashed, etc. at any of my homes, but I fully expect that to change very soon, given his previous threats and actions with Katie. I wish I didn't have to post this, I wish it never happened, but I am long since past expecting even the most benign of wishes to come true. So that was the end of the first round of tweets. Really, most of the tweets he sent were this long story. The end was very interesting and disturbing, that he claims that Katie told him that not only did Matt break her windshield, but that he was also threatening to damage the cars of anyone else that comes to the house, meaning like other guys, because he was that jealous that basically anyone who's over there is going to get their windshield smashed too. So now he thinks it's probably going to happen to him as well, now that Matt is so angry at him. Then he does another round of tweets. Just some clarifications. He says, clarifications on this part of the story from my daughter. So I guess he went and consulted his daughter about what he wrote, and she clarified a few things that weren't quite right. Coming on here to clear up a part of the whole Matt Stout situation that my dad wasn't really clear on. This is actually from his daughter, though the rest of the story is pretty damn spot on. This is in regard to the first time Matt called me a cunt. I was in the living room watching Matt's 7-year-old son, and Matt was out smoking a bowl in the backyard. This is not the home game thing. This was the first time she was called the cunt. I heard the doorbell ring, and I got up to get it, and I heard Matt from outside not to answer the door because it was Katie and nothing beyond that. At that point, I hadn't the slightest clue what was going on with Katie and Matt, and it was pretty late, and I didn't want my dogs barking to wake the other housemate, and my dad, and that's one of the house rules, no loud noises after 9 p.m. So I walked to the door and waited a second and checked the peephole. Katie was not there, but a big box full of what I assumed was Matt's things were in the walkway. So I opened the door. At this point, Matt had walked inside and started for the front door. Katie walked back to the front door with another box of stuff and dropped that beside the other one, then looked at me and immediately apologized because she hadn't realized I was at the house. Matt said something along the lines of, I asked you to do one fucking thing. So she's basically saying that Katie was dropping off stuff there, and that she was afraid not to answer the door because the dogs would keep barking and wake everybody up. So she opened it, and because she didn't see anybody there, and thought she'd just pick up this box that was left there. And then Katie showed back up with a second box, and then Matt sees all this and says, I asked you to do one fucking thing, meaning not answer the door. Then he pushed past me to walk to the door and talk to Katie. I closed the door and went back to the living room, talked with Asher for a bit. Asher's the 7-year-old. Then he said he wanted to go outside and say hi to Katie, and I couldn't hear them arguing or anything through the relatively thin walls. So I agreed and went outside. After we walked out, I had him wait by the door for a minute so that I could scope out the scene and see what was going on. Then we were both sitting in the car, and they didn't look to be arguing, and they looked calm to me. But I wasn't wearing my glasses, so I couldn't tell for sure. I called Asher over and had him grab onto my hand and stepped up to the car where they were sitting and kind of waved to them and gestured to Asher and raised my voice. Just enough so they could probably hear me through the glass and let them know that Asher wanted to say hi to Katie. So she was thinking if she brings the kid over to say, hey, Asher wants to say hi to Katie, who, of course isn't his mom, but he knows her. Matt opened the car door, kind of stood up outside the car and yelled, get the fuck inside. What the fuck do you think you're doing? I bit my tongue and took Asher back inside. At this point, I was pissed because a man who I barely knew at the time had not only yelled at his child for wanting to say hi to someone he cares about, but also yelled at me like I was a child. I helped Asher calm down once we got inside, and we settled back into the living room. Then Matt came back in about 10 minutes later and said something like, when I tell you to do something, listen, and that set me off. I said something along the lines of, first of all, I'm an adult. You don't get to speak to me like I'm a child, much less like your child. And second, this is my house, and if I want to open the door, I'm going to open the door. At which point he started yelling, and this is where he called me a cunt among spewing other prepubescent insults before storming out the back door. I waited about 10 minutes before coming to the conclusion that I should probably just be the bigger person and apologize to Matt because I didn't want unnecessary drama in the house. Remember, Matt was living there at the time. So I went outside and apologized, and he, quote, apologized too. I put this in quotes because directly after his apology, he proceeded to justify what he did and then started shit-talking Katie to me. And then Daliman adds, number one, this is the first time I heard the whole story. Before I heard what he said a bit more, then apologized afterwards. B, if I heard this version of the story, he would have been out the next day. Okay, but, didn't he know that she was called a cunt? Did it really matter what the circumstances were? I'm not understanding why that would have changed it. Let's talk about the reaction people had. There's actually a pretty big one that I need to read you also because Katie tweeted. But before I get to Katie's tweet, let me tell you the reaction people had when they saw this. So, as you might imagine, just about everybody was on Daliman's side except for a few people who were close friends with Matt. And even those people were only not defending him, but trying to say that everybody shouldn't be piling on like this. But really the community almost universally came down on Matt for this. I think the videos just really set people off, because here you could actually see it happening. You could kind of see the craziness in Matt. And I think the combination of that and just knowing that he called this 18-year-old girl with mental problems a cunt is just so reprehensible that it's just like very easy to hate him. It's very easy to watch this and see his grin and see how he's basically admitting that he did it and justify that he did it. And then his attempt to get Daliman to grab his throat, and the whole thing about him owing the $20K and demanding he gets the full cash out and not giving any to Daliman. Like, all of this adds up together to make him look like a huge scumbag and an asshole and a hothead. There were some people who bashed Daliman for some things. Some people said, why are you bringing your daughter into this environment? Why are you letting your daughter be friends with a porn star? Why didn't you punch him right away when he called your daughter that? Why are you just yelling? Why didn't you defend your daughter's honor and hit him? Why are you such a pussy? People are saying. But, I got to defend Daliman on that last one. Daliman is 14 years older than Matt. 55 versus 41, which is already a big disadvantage. And he's smaller than him, and he never fights. And then you have Matt, the bigger guy, the one who fights all the time, and is 14 years younger. So Daliman knew that he would lose this fight. So, like, on TV, of course, the guy whose daughter is called that is going to wind up and throw this really energetic George McFly-like punch, and the bigger guy is going to twist around and fall down. And the smaller dude whose daughter's honor was besmirched will walk away and say, you don't ever talk to my daughter that way. And they'll stroll out the door and walk down the street as the sun sets in the background. Like that's what you'd see on TV, but that's not real life. In real life, if someone who you know can and will kick your ass if you start a fight with them, a physical fight, and then you proceed to do so, you've only hurt yourself further. You haven't defended anyone's honor if you start a fight with them and lose. So he knew he'd lose the fight, and when a fight eventually did start, he did lose it. So I understand why he didn't just come guns a-blazing and just throw punches at Matt. He yelled about it and was mad about it and called Matt names and all that and told him how inappropriate it was, of course. But he was not starting a fist fight over it. And that's understandable, given all that. So some people gave Daliman a hard time about those things, but no one said he was in the wrong. Like, everybody agreed that he was in the right, even the people criticizing him, who thought that he shouldn't be bringing his daughter there and that he should have done more to Matt right away, or that he shouldn't have let Matt continue living with him. All those things, they still agreed that Matt was very much in the wrong, because he was. Because it's obvious. And then a lot of people came forward who already didn't like Matt and had problems with him in the past and said, this is not surprising. That when they had played poker with him, that he would start up with people. He'd be okay for a while and then just pick fights with people for no reason. Just get really nasty and aggressive with people and be very unpleasant at the table. Now, that's not what happened the one time I played with him. He was just normal, but a number of people reported this to where it's probably true. And just a lot of people came out and said, yeah, he's always been kind of crazy like this. This doesn't surprise me at all. So a lot of people came out of the woodwork saying that he's always been a jerk, basically. He's always been a bully and a jerk and a problem. And I started to say, oh, okay, so I guess this is why people don't like him, because I could never figure it out, because in my interactions with him, he had never shown any bad side to him. I'm not saying he seemed perfect, but like he just seemed like an average normal guy in his communications with me, and he didn't seem hot-headed or angry or crazy. And I've had people DM me who seem that way, but he wasn't one of them. He came off very normal. And I watched that Retchie guy always starting up with him on Twitter, and Matt was always the bigger person and didn't say anything back, no matter what Retchie said to him. So I thought, hey, it looks like people just like to start up with him and pick on him. I kind of saw him as like the bullied, not the bully, but it turns out he kind of is the bully. It turns out that my impression of him was probably very, very incorrect. So now I more understand why people didn't like him, but like no one would articulate it. I would ask people sometimes, okay, well, why don't people like Matt Stout? Why do a lot of people have an issue with him? And no one would ever say, oh, like he's a dick at the table. He starts up with people. He's very unpleasant to play with. Like, I've never heard this until all this happened. I'm not saying it's not true. It's just funny it took this to finally bring it all out. I don't know why people were keeping these secrets. Maybe they were afraid that he'd go psycho and come after them. I don't know. But pretty much the entire poker world hates him now. And this really went viral. Not outside of poker, but on poker social media, like everyone's seen it. Now, remember, I mentioned that Matt has that charity series of poker, the CSOP. So what's going to happen with that? Because this is not like the World Series of Poker, where if you don't like Jack Effel, you still show up and play. Because the World Series of Poker is not Jack Effel. You know, it's not, he's the one who is the tournament director, but you can still play it if you don't like him. And also, he's never had any scandals like this. But you know, the point is, that's a huge thing. So you can not like certain people at the World Series of Poker who are running it and still show up to play. But in a small thing like the charity series of poker, if the face of it is someone who everybody hates, and if that person is accused of doing the things that Matt is shown doing here, people are not going to want to be associated with it. They can skip this. This is not like the World Series of Poker, where people have a very hard time skipping, even if they're angry at it or angry at the people running it. With this, people are going to not be involved anymore, I have to imagine. Like, who's going to play this at that point? Who's going to admit they're playing this? Who's going to show up and play the charity series of poker that Matt Stout is running after this? So I have to think the celebrities, and it wasn't like big celebrities, it would be kind of like small celebrities would show up. But whatever celebrities would show up and whichever poker pros would show up, I have to imagine they would be shamed. Hey, why are you coming to this? How could you support something that Matt Stout runs when he treats 18-year-old girls this way, and when he beats up his friends, and when he doesn't pay the money he owes, and when he's such a jerk to everybody? Like, I have to imagine that no one's going to want to play this, and the whole thing's going to collapse. Now, he's not the only one involved. There's someone like below him that made a statement, a very generic statement, that they're still evaluating, that this, what they've seen so far doesn't reflect their values, blah, 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 but that's not going to mean anything. For the charity series of poker to have any possible future, Matt Stout would have to completely disassociate from it, and people would have to be sure that he's not involved anymore. But that still might not save it, because people might still think that he's secretly an owner of it, or whatever it might be. This may just have a stench that can never go away, no matter if Matt Stout stays there or not. This isn't quite Hustler Casino Live situation, where Nick Vertucci got in hot water for sexual harassment, and then he sold his part to GG Poker. It's not that same situation, because Hustler Casino Live, that was run by Ryan Feldman and Nick Vertucci was very visible, and in fact played in the games. But people were able to say, okay, you know, Nick has left and he sold his part, so okay, he's not there anymore, we can continue watching, we continue playing. And it's continued to go on. But here, one guy is the face and organizer of it. He was the one who created it. He's the one everyone associates with it. And I think people are going to be afraid to continue playing, even if he's gone, that he's not really gone. When there's one person super prominent there, it's hard for people to want to continue with it when that person's reputation has gone into the toilet. Now, people's attention spans are not that long, so it's possible once this story falls into the background, as everything does over time, that people will get over it, and then maybe they will come to the charity series of poker if Matt's not involved anymore. Maybe they'll even come if he is involved, but I don't think so. I guess it's possible that Matt could sell his part of the charity series of poker, whatever percentage he owns of it. Maybe he could sell it to somebody else who would become the face of it. And maybe if that's done very publicly, that they'll continue. But I don't know. It's just so associated with him. That's associated with him like Poker Fraud Alert is associated with me. Someone else running it would be as strange as somebody else running Poker Fraud Alert. Like if I were just like not be involved and hand it to some other poker player. Like you'd probably have a hard time seeing it as the same site. And I'm not talking about like if I handed it off to someone you guys knew. Like if I handed the radio show off to CalWatt, or I handed the forum off to a regular poster there. That would still be kind of weird, but at least it's some continuity where someone you know associated with the site is continuing on in my absence. But just imagine I just hand this as just some random poker player that's never been involved in PFA before, either to do this show or to run the forum. It just wouldn't feel like the same place, right? I'm not trying to have a big ego here. I'm just trying to say that I am a central part of this site, both of the forum and the radio. And if I'm completely gone, it's not going to seem like the same place anymore. So same thing with Matt and the CSOP. Now, I got into a little bit of hot water. I always seem to. I did with the Jared Greiner thing, and now I did to a lesser extent here. Now, was it because I said anything in defense of Matt Stout? No. Was it because I criticized Daliman? No, I didn't do either of those things. Was it because I said something about Katie Morgan's porn career? You might guess that, but the answer is no. Was it because I said something negative about Katie Morgan? Again, no. But we're getting closer, because it was something I said about Katie, but it was not something that was insulting. I wasn't trying to be insulting, and I don't think I was insulting. So there was, of course, a lot of discussion about this from all these different angles on X, because there's a lot of angles to this, including the fact that Katie Morgan is involved, a porn star that a lot of people knew and watched. And by the way, I haven't read her tweet yet. I'll get to that after I get to my part of it. So my tweet was not to her. In fact, I doubt she's even seen it. But my tweet was after she had made her tweet about this and said a lot of bad things about Matt, which we'll get to shortly. But my tweet was in response to someone talking about how they've never seen any of her films before and that they might download it for, quote, research purposes. So, the guy was kind of making a joke like he's going to download it that night and jerk off to it. So I figured this thread was kind of like a more lighthearted thread. I did not enter one of the threads which was seriously discussing this whole disturbing matter and throwing in like weird extraneous comments. I wasn't going to do something like that. But in a thread that was started that had none of the main players in it, it was just a guy musing on there about how he might go download some of her movies and check them out, I made a remark that the shocking thing to me was that she has a 2-year-old daughter when she's 46 years old. And that it's very unusual to have a successful pregnancy at age 44. So I was really surprised when I heard that. Now, is that insulting? I don't think it's insulting. It's a biological fact that women typically cannot get pregnant at that age. Female fertility falls off a cliff starting at age 35. Not always like on the 35th birthday, but around that age, it really starts declining, and after 40, it goes into hyperdrive declining. So the chance of the average woman getting pregnant at 38 is much less than 35. The chance of her getting pregnant at 40 is much less than 38. The chance of getting pregnant at 42 is a lot less than 40. And the chance of getting pregnant at 44 is extremely small. And the chance of getting pregnant at 46 is almost zero. It happens, but it's almost zero. So to have a successful pregnancy, and when I say get pregnant, I don't mean pregnancies that end in a quick miscarriage. Those do happen in the 40s, but I mean pregnancies that go all the way through. Those are very rare, to where the natural mother of the child with her own egg, natural pregnancies that proceed the whole way and result in a successful birth, as did here. The mother being 44 is very unusual. It's not unheard of, but it's very unusual. So that's all I was saying. It's not an insult. In fact, it's good for Katie there. She had a kid, and I'm sure she loves the kid very much. And I'm not saying any of this is bad. It's better if you have later fertility than if your fertility goes away earlier. And for each woman, it's different. But the vast, 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 vast majority of women cannot have a successful pregnancy at that age. Only a very small percentage can. To show you how true this is, if you were to walk in to an IVF clinic and say, I'm 44, and I say I'm talking about females, not males. If a 44-year-old female goes in and says, I'm 44, and I want to get pregnant through IVF, and I want to use my own eggs, you know what they will say? They'll say no. It's actually considered unethical at that age to go through the painful and difficult and invasive IVF process, because it's not an easy process. It's a very tough process. It is considered medically unethical to put a woman through this process with such a tiny chance of her own eggs resulting in a successful pregnancy. So even if the woman wants to, even if she offers a lot of extra money, the doctors will all say, no, we're not going to do it because it is considered unethical. That's how low of a chance there is that eggs of a 44-year-old woman are still viable, or even 43. She probably got pregnant at 43, had the kid at 44. Even at 43, they will say that. So that shows you how unusual it is. A big problem that has come up in recent times is that a lot of women don't know this because of social media. Because they look on social media and they see all these celebrities, all these female celebrities that are pregnant at age like 48. And they, oh, wow, cool. This woman's 48 and she's pregnant. Oh, wow. Well, that means I have time. So the 35-year-old woman watching this will see this and say, well, she's 13 years older than me and she just got pregnant. Okay, I have plenty of time. And they don't realize the time is really of the essence there. And that this 48-year-old who's pregnant, that's a celebrity, not only had IVF, but also it's not with her own egg. It's with a donor egg of a much younger woman. Or if it is her eggs, they were frozen a long time ago. So the articles that are glowing about these pregnant celebrities who are 48 years old, they don't bother to mention these details or even mention that it's possible. They just treat these as miracle babies, or sometimes won't even use those words. They'll just talk about how she's glowing because she's pregnant with her third child at age 48, blah, blah, blah. And the women see this and believe, okay, well, this could be me. And also a lot of them believe that IVF can solve any problem, that we have the medical technology for them to get pregnant. So even if they have some difficulty, they can just walk in at age 42 and say, okay, well, my husband can't get me pregnant, but, fix it for me. And they'll get the bad news. Well, you know what? Your eggs are probably not viable anymore. So we can do it, but it won't be your eggs. The baby will not be related to you. And I think that's a very bad thing, because I feel that everybody should have full information when they are making major life choices. So I feel that if a woman does not want to have kids, great, that's her choice. And she has every right to make that choice, and it's a completely valid choice to not want to have kids. Or if a woman says, hey, I just don't want any kids now. I want to start later in life. I want to start at age 45, and I know I'm not going to be able to have them myself probably, so I'll adopt at 45. Okay, again, her choice. Or if she says, I'll get a donor egg then. That's when I'll be ready to have kids. I want to concentrate on my career, and in my mid-40s, I'll get a donor egg. It's not important that the baby's related to me. Okay, again, her choice. But the woman should always have the full picture of information. They shouldn't think that they can just get pregnant at 45, or they could go in for IVF and get pregnant with their own egg at 45. They can't think that because it's not true. And they will make incorrect life decisions based upon that if they have wrong information. So I'm a big believer in everybody having the true and correct information to make major life decisions. And we should not warp this because we're trying to be polite. We shouldn't be afraid to say fertility goes off a cliff at 35 and really accelerates down at 40, approximately for each woman. It's different for each one, but that's around the average of what happens. We shouldn't be afraid to say that because it makes women feel old or makes them feel bad. These are biological facts. Your body doesn't care about how you feel about biology. Your body's going to do what it's going to do. So everybody should have information about what's the situation with their body at the age they're at. So it's very important for people to understand this. And I think it's very bad in these times that it's now considered forbidden to discuss this because it's offensive in some way. And I've run into this before. I've had these discussions before, like in these celebrity threads, and I'm just watching all these dummies really believing it's the woman's own egg, the celebrity who's pregnant at 48 or 49. So I say something, and all these women jump on me going, no. I'm 51, and I still get my period. I can get pregnant, too. And I'm like, I don't know what to say, because I don't want to devastate them, but at the same time, I kind of think they should know. And I think, how did this person not know this? But a lot of them don't. And I think it's because no one's saying it. I think that people are afraid to say it. And it's doing these women a big disservice. And I'm not saying that no women know this. Of course a lot of them know this. Of course a lot of them know that their fertility goes down after 35 or that it's hard to get pregnant after 40. There's a lot that know the truth. But there's a lot that don't. And there really should be just about none that don't. There should be very, very clear education on this. And the more this is discussed on social media, the better. So I had some people who were giving me a hard time on X that I posted this, saying that it was weird, saying that it was rude, saying it was offensive, saying that it's insulting women over 40. It's saying that women over 40 are useless. I'm not saying that stuff at all. And not only that, I'm not young myself, so they can't even say, hey, you're a young man putting down older women. Even if you're not directly doing it, you're implying that women older than you are useless. I'm older than they are. I'm 54 years old. I'm old myself. I don't ever try to represent myself as a younger man. I don't dye my hair. I don't do anything to mislead people to think that I'm younger. I state my age all the time. I don't try to claim that physically I'm the same as I was 20 years ago. Because I'm not. I look different. I weigh more. Some things I could do easily then are harder now. Fortunately, you might think from that statement that I'm saying I can't get it up. But fortunately, that hasn't come for me yet. Maybe one day it will. And if it does, there's a solution to that. But fortunately, that fate has not befallen me yet. But there's a number of other things that I've noticed that are tougher physically than they used to be. And no, I'm not talking sexually. Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm just saying just basic things in life that are tougher to do now than they were when I was in my mid-30s. It's because your body changes as you get older, and usually not for the better. So I'm not ashamed of that. And women should not be ashamed of their fertility declining. That's just something that happens. So I'm always annoyed when people feel you can't discuss certain topics because of what it represents. Oh, you can't talk about how it's unusual to have a child at 44 because, well, that's making women who are in their 40s feel bad. No. I did not say that. I did not imply that. But I got a hard time from some people. But you know what? I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to just censor myself and not say things because people are going to get offended. I'm not going to be mean. I'm not going to just start up with people and talk shit for no reason. If it's someone who's been a jerk to me, that might. But I'm not going to just say things to make strangers feel bad or troll them or insult people for no reason. I'm not going to do that. But if I just make general statements of fact, I'm not going to hold back with that because people are going to be offended by it. I got a response, well, what if I talked about men your age, how they go bald and sometimes can't get it up? I go, well, okay, say it. I mean, it's true. The latter part, not with me, but maybe one day it will be. Plenty of men my age who that's the situation right now. And I have lost hair. I don't have the same hair I had 30 years ago. But that's fine. I'm not going to be offended. Even if someone came up to me and said, hey, Todd, I saw you at the World Series. I noticed you gained some weight. And, I'm a little concerned about you. Here's some of my suggestions to lose weight. I wouldn't even be offended with that, even if they were thin themselves. Because I would just know they're coming to me from a place of caring, at least a little bit. And also, I know people are not going to look at me and go, oh, this guy, he doesn't have any weight to lose. Of course I do. You can see it, okay? So that's reality. Now, if someone goes up to me and says, hey, fat ass, whatever, that would be offensive. But I'm saying, it wouldn't bother me for someone to even state that they've noticed I gained some weight. So people are just too sensitive, especially when the statements are not intentionally insulting statements. It's one thing to say something to just be rude or be a dick, but another thing to say something that's just a fact. I was surprised to hear that Katie Morgan, age 46 and a half, which is what she is right now, has a 2-year-old child that she birthed herself from her own egg. I mean, that's surprising. And that presumably was just a natural, regular childbirth. It wasn't IVF or anything. I can't imagine 3 years ago, Matt Stout went to her and said, let's go to an IVF clinic and get you pregnant. I'm sure that's not what happened. I'm sure they just had sex and she got pregnant. So, yeah, that's surprising. Given her age, that is surprising. That's all. It's not bad surprising. It's just surprising. And by the way, in case you think I'm just trying to be polite or politically correct, I could not insult that without insulting my own great-grandmother. Because I have a great-grandmother who was 43 when my grandmother was born. So if a late pregnancy like that didn't happen in my bloodline, I wouldn't exist. Let's get to what Katie Morgan said. Enough of me ranting about late pregnancies. But I do think it's a subject that should be discussed, and if there's a woman that you know that doesn't know this, that it's actually, you're doing her a favor by letting her know the truth. Unless it's already too late. If she's 48 and thinks she's going to get pregnant, then, okay, you can let her find out herself because there's nothing to do at that point anyway. But someone who's 36 who says that they'll think about kids in 8 years, you may want to let them know. Nah, you probably shouldn't do that. Okay, so let's get to the Katie Morgan post because that's very interesting. This is what Katie Morgan posted. Kind of like a big run-on paragraph, but we'll forgive that. She's not known for her writing. She's known for other things. She wrote, I know that there is a lot of rumors flying around right now. By the way, this was posted on July 27th as well, so same day as Daliman's post. I know there's a lot of rumors flying around right now. I don't want to get into too many details, but I do want to publicly say that I broke up with Matt Stout several months ago. He was an extremely abusive partner, both verbally and physically around my house, breaking doors and furniture in fits of rage, screaming obscenities, and harming himself with countless blows to his own head with his fists and random objects. That's kind of strange that he's hitting himself. He's actually punches his own head when he's angry and bashes his own head with objects, according to Katie Morgan. Since I forced him to leave my house, he has stayed with 3 other mutual friends' houses over the past few months. He has been in physical altercations with both the friends whose houses he moved out of and smashed my windshield in public after a hockey game. By the way, she's not trying to say that he had fights with Daliman in Daliman's house. She's saying that both people that he's lived with since moving out of her house, he's had fights with at some point. I don't know what the story is with the other guy, but the Daliman thing was obviously what just happened. He also has come to my home multiple times demanding to come get things he had left there and threatened to do damage to vehicles he didn't recognize in front of my home. basically saying that if any other guys show up there and he sees vehicles, they'll just assume it's dudes and destroy those vehicles. Now, that's kind of weird that you're jealous about guys visiting your porn star ex. Like, if there's ever a time not to be jealous and to kind of accept the fact that other guys are going to be with her, but okay. She went on to write, his rage control issues have gotten exponentially worse over the past year. Mental health is a very real issue, and all I want is for him to get the help he needs. Until he does, so I absolutely believe he's a danger to himself and others, and do fear what he might do the next time he sees red. I feel that keeping his abuse quiet and believing he would go get help for so long has let things get to a boiling point. I was scared and honestly embarrassed to tell people what was happening and how bad it got before the end. I do hope he gets help that he needs and that someday he can be a good father to our daughter. I'm truly crushed that this is where we were at before she's even 2 years old. So I guess she's not even 2 yet. I thought she was 2, but she's not 2. Okay. Okay, so she's basically saying that while they were together, he would have these fits of rage and break things, break doors, break furniture, and then would start hitting himself with his fists and the object. She did not say that he hit her. And I think she probably would have said that if this were true, given everything else she's writing here. So he probably did not hit her. But was it abusive to do that? To break things in the house and go crazy like that? Yes. And what's even worse is saying, okay, if I see cars in front of your house, I'll assume it's guys and destroy their cars. That's really bad. That's like really controlling. Like, if I can't have you, nobody will. And if anybody tries, they're going to get their vehicles damaged. That's a form of abuse as well. Basically not letting your ex move on. Because once they're not together, it's not his business if she has guys over there. It's not like he thinks she's cheating on him and is saying that if guys are parking their cars in front of the house and he finds this out that she's cheating on him, that he's going to break their car. This is after they're not together anymore. So she has every right to go be with other guys. But she's also saying that he broke her windshield once and that she's afraid what's going to happen next time that he gets enraged and is afraid for her safety and is afraid for other people's safety. So I guess it's reasonable. You know, we saw in this video that he has rage issues. And given how nuts she allegedly watched him get, of course, you know, this is her story, so we have to take her word for it. We don't have video of this like we do with Daliman, but it's believable. But if this is true, it's understandable why she's kind of afraid and disturbed here, and also is sad that this is the father of her toddler daughter that she's going to have to not only deal with, but that her daughter's going to want to have a relationship with him, and she can't just make a clean break from his life, so she really just hopes he gets better. So it all makes sense. This post, by the way, made people hate Matt even more because they're reading this and going, oh boy, you know, he's threatening to destroy the vehicles that are parked in front of her house like a psycho, and he's breaking things and punching himself when they were living together, and she's very afraid, and a lot of people were getting more and more and more critical of Matt here. A few people were defending him in the way of like, well, you know, she didn't say that he hit her, so you got to be fair here. Don't say he's a woman beater when he hasn't actually beaten her. And yeah, okay, I am someone who believes in accuracy. So it is not accurate to say that he is a girlfriend beater, because she did not allege that he did that. She alleged he did a lot of other crazy things and scary things, but she didn't allege that he hit her. So he probably didn't. So yeah, people should be accurate with that. But do I think it's likely that he behaved in a reasonable way in that relationship? No. Now, was Katie likely perfect herself in this relationship? I would guess also no. I'm not saying that she did anything abusive, but you know, there's always two sides to every story, and we only know hers. But I think what she's writing there probably has some merit. It is interesting in that whole story that Daliman told that she kind of kept showing up there wanting to talk to him. And then the more recent incident that he really, really, really did not want to see her or talk to her. So you would kind of think that if it's him who's kind of being obsessive and doing the stalking, that it would be him trying to always come over and talk to her and her saying get away and then he won't go. It kind of seems from even Daliman's story that it's the opposite, that she just keeps coming and trying to talk to him. So that's what I mean is you got to have both sides on this one. It does seem like she is pushing herself onto getting contact with him, which makes sense to some extent because they have a kid together, so they can't just never talk to each other again, especially given that the kid is a toddler. But, if he doesn't want to talk to her and she keeps saying, have him come out and do the right thing, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I can't imagine what was so urgent that night to where they couldn't handle this the next day. So really, if you've split with somebody and have a kid with them and it's not an urgent matter and they say, I don't want to talk to you right now, the right thing to do, no matter whether you're the male or the female, the right thing to do at that point is to go away and not just insist they come out and talk to you and address what you want addressed unless it's urgent. So I actually can kind of understand why he was annoyed with this and why he just wanted to play poker and not have her make him come outside and have discussions about their custody issues. Like that just wasn't the time and the place to do it. So I can understand that part. But I'm sure that a lot of what she's saying is also true. A side debate came up because Caitlin Komeski, of course we mentioned her earlier about the Aubrey thing, she was so outraged by this story that she said that she wanted Matt banned from all poker venues. And that didn't go over well. People didn't like that. Here's what she wrote. This was on July 28th, the day after this was brought out by Daliman, what happened. She wrote, "This is so detestable. In addition to this harrowing video from the point of view of a frightened teenager, the comments and quote tweets from our community reveal a notorious reputation for mistreating women both in his life and strangers working at casinos and restaurants. Operators need to ban him. Keep our game safe." So she's basically saying that not only was this whole thing revealed, but people came out with stories about how abusive he's been, both when he's at poker tables and even when he's been in restaurants and casinos, that he's called women cunts and been very nasty and aggressive with them. Of course, these are third-hand stories, so we don't know how many of them are true. But she's saying, there's so many stories like this, so we just need to ban him to keep our game safe. So most people didn't like this. This did not get a good reaction. In fact, even someone who really does not like Matt, named Dan Colpys, Colpys, I think I'm saying his name right, maybe not. Even he didn't like it. He said, "It's a bad example to preemptively ban people from poker stops due to drunken fights and personal disputes. Let's remember who Katie Morgan is, for God's sakes. I hate Matt Stout. Even with that, it's absurd to think anyone has the right to ban him." Caitlin said back, "You were one of the first people to speak against him. You recounted firsthand him reducing a waitress to tears with verbal abuse in public. That you and two friends felt so awful that you gave her $500 and apologized. A woman he just met over an ID check. If it was just this video, I wouldn't be." So Dan Colpys told a story about how there was a waitress that he just flipped out at, that I guess she asked for the ID of a girl that Matt was dating at the time, not Katie Morgan, obviously someone who must have been young, and that he was so insulted that she was asked for ID that he started just yelling at her and calling her names, maybe even called her a cunt, and that she actually started crying, and that Dan Colpys and two other people felt so bad for her, they actually gave her $500 saying, here, we're giving you this money because our friend is such a jerk. So Caitlin's saying, if that happened, how could you not want him banned? And so he said, I agree, but the poker community doesn't get to play God. There's no unions or regulations, nor is it our business to meddle in personal affairs. His conduct in-game has always been reasonable. Now, some people say that's not true, but look, he's right. Poker does not have background checks. There's a lot of people who play poker, a lot of people in tournaments, a lot of people in live cash games who have a very bad history. You just don't know it because there's no way to know it for most of them. There's people all over poker rooms who have been convicted of very bad violent crimes, bad sexual crimes. All kinds of terrible people are in poker rooms. Obviously not all of them, not even most of them, but there are some people in every card room who have a pretty bad criminal history. People who are much worse than Matt Stout, no matter what you think of him. People who are much worse than him and much more dangerous than him. And they are able to play poker. Why? Because nobody knows this stuff. Because there's no background checks. Nobody knows these people. Nobody knows their history. And their stories have not been brought out on social media. So just because Daliman brought his story to social media involving Matt, and just because other people then spoke up saying, oh yeah, well I saw Matt do an asshole thing here or there, he abused a waitress, blah, blah, blah. Like, these are all bad things if they happened. But you can't just single him out and ban him because these stories came out about him, whereas everybody else who's done much worse things gets away with it and can still play because they're not being exposed on social media. If we're going to do that, they should be background checking every single person who plays in a poker room, and anyone with a violent or otherwise reprehensible criminal history should be banned. But obviously that's not realistic. It's never going to happen. It shouldn't happen. It won't happen. So for that reason, you can't just say, well, this one was exposed on social media, so this guy gets a special ban for that reason. And scummier people, they get to keep playing because they're more anonymous. You can't do that. It's an unfair standard. So the only way to handle this is just not to ban people unless they have done something in poker to warrant the bans. So if someone has been caught cheating, ban them. If someone's known to be a cheater in other venues, ban them. If someone repeatedly breaks tournament rules or repeatedly breaks house rules in cash games and just makes it extremely unpleasant and doesn't listen to warnings, ban them. Okay, these are all good reasons to ban people, but not from things in their personal life. Now, if it's someone with a horrible, horrible history that is learned, that's a different story. So let's say a mass murderer somehow gets out of prison, and then he starts playing in a local poker room, and people are very afraid because this guy was a serial killer and somehow got off on a technicality and was released early from prison. They reversed his sentence or whatever it might be. So now he's playing poker. Yes, it's reasonable then for the card room to say, we don't want this mass murderer playing at our venue and ban him. But that would be a very unusual exception. In fact, I don't think it's ever occurred. Maybe it has with some of these like mafia guys from the old days, but you know what I'm saying. Unless someone is really, really, really a gigantic danger with a horrendous past that gets found out, they should not be banned from poker rooms. If they're just not a good guy, they have a violent past, they've done other bad things, if they have not done anything bad in poker, they should not be banned from poker. And a lot of people made that point. Even Daliman came forward and said he does not believe that Matt Stout should be banned from poker. Even he doesn't want him banned. Because he shouldn't be. The last thing we want is some sort of purity test to be able to play poker. I'm sure there's some people who would say that I should be banned because I say offensive things sometimes, in their opinion. We don't like that Todd is offending certain women by saying that it's unusual to have a kid at age 44. It makes women of that age feel bad. He should be banned from poker. I mean, I'm not kidding. Some people would probably say that. You're going to have calls to ban people because of their politics or because of trolling they did on social media or because they were a lousy friend or because they made controversial statements which got everybody pissed off. Believe me, once you start that, it becomes a very, very slippery slope. You don't want to designate certain people as the arbiters of who gets to play poker and who doesn't. If we like you, you get to play. If we don't like you, you don't. And that's what it will turn into. Because as bad as Matt Stout's behavior was here, it does not rise to the level where we can't have him in a card room, or otherwise everyone's in tremendous danger. Now, what about the allegations that he has caused a lot of trouble at the table at times and started up with people and acted like a psycho? Well, if that's true, then warn him. And if he does it, say, this is not going to be allowed here. This is not going to be tolerated here. And if you continue, you're gone. So if he were to continue and can't control himself and they ban him for that reason, then that's a good reason to ban him, because that is him interfering with the game. That is him not listening to warnings about stopping his behavior that is disrupting the game. So if that stuff's true, warn him when it happens, and if it continues, I'll be the first one to support a ban. But not until then. Not based on this stuff. Even the victim of this stuff, Daliman, does not want him banned. So don't. And believe me, that's the last thing I would ever want, is starting to ban people, starting to perform purity tests on people for whether they can play poker. That's crazy. Again, I understand she was coming from a good place. She was coming from a place of like, let's get the bad people out of the game. Let's not have people feel uncomfortable, feel scared now that they see the way he is. You know, why should we subject the community to him? I understand where she's coming from. It's just, you can't do it. You can't do it. You do not want this sort of purity test. You do not want this sort of situation where certain people get to decide who can play poker and who can't. It will end very badly, I promise you. You may wonder, what has Matt Stout had to say about this? Has he given any defense? Has he said anything since this was all brought out? Well, he did, but it's the last thing you would expect him to say. He tweeted on July 27th, the same day this was brought out, but after it was brought out. He wrote, "If you're lucky enough to be able to call your parents and tell them you love them, please do. I almost lost my mom 2 years ago, and I'm headed to North Carolina right now because I'm probably never going to get to talk to my dad again." And he put a emoji of a broken heart and put a picture, or actually two pictures of his dad. People did not like this. They saw this as an intentional distraction, or maybe even using his father's illness for sympathy when people were mad at him. Even if these were his true thoughts at the time, and he did say to Poker News that he's on his way to North Carolina to see his sick parent, and that he'll think about this and review the facts and then post a response later, which is kind of stupid to say because he doesn't have to really review anything. Like, he was there when it happened, so what's there to review? But that was a statement to Poker News. The only public statement so far was a statement about his dad, which no matter what, you just don't post when something like this is alleged against you. And it seems like he really did it because of the video. So when the whole community is coming down on you for something like this, even if your dad is in terrible shape and you're devastated by it and anything in poker is minor compared to that, that's just not the right time to post that. You just say nothing. You just go see your dad, spend his last days by his side, tell him you love him. Do not post about it on social media. That's just not the right time. There's no way that'll ever look good. Even if it's 100% true, there's no way it'll ever look good because it will look like you are using your parents' illness to deflect negative attention away from yourself for something bad that you did. That's just not when you post something like that. So one of two possibilities exist here. Either he posted that specifically to get people to think that he's a sensitive guy, to kind of humanize himself Or he was going to post it anyway. It was just like really, really bad timing. That he was just thinking about his dad at the moment and not so much his dad in the context of how this is going to look when he posts it. But either way, you don't post that when you're facing this type of controversy. You just keep it to yourself. You can tell your friends that, but you don't post this on public social media because it just looks like you're using the situation to make people feel bad for you so they don't give you as hard of a time. Really, when you're in this kind of controversy and when it's pretty clear that you're in the wrong, there's really only two responses you can give. Number one, nothing. That's actually a valid response. It's just like, don't say anything. And number two, post an apology, post that you're going to get help, post that you feel very bad about what happened and that you also realize you've made some other mistakes in recent times and that you're going to work on yourself to do better, and then post something about how you're going to put a lot of effort to pay back that remaining $17,600 that you owe, and just basically say, I'm having a hard time in life right now. That doesn't excuse any of this. I did some very bad things. I'm not proud of it. I don't blame you if you hate me. I'm going to really work on myself, and I'm going to get the money paid back, and I'm going to do all I can to make this right, and I'm going to do all I can to act like a better human being going forward. It's like that's the only thing you can post if you're going to post a response. Unless you're being falsely accused, then you can present evidence that you're being falsely accused. But here, I don't see how he can do that given the videos we saw. So those are really the only two ways to handle it. You don't post something about your sick parents. You just don't, because it's never going to go over well. And same with the statement of poker news. You don't say, well, I've got to review the facts. Like, you review the facts if, like, you own a company and one of your employees does something bad and they ask you for a statement. And you go, well, I've got to review all the facts of the situation. But when you're the one who did it, when it's about a personal issue you're having in your life, you know the facts. It's just a matter of what you want to say about them. So you could just say, I'm going to visit my sick dad, and when I'm back from there, I'll give a statement. That's all you have to say. Or again, you could say nothing. So I'll give you an update on what he says, if he eventually says anything, and what will happen with the charity series of poker, if it continues, if it changes hands, if it shuts down. It's not like a major poker series. It's not like the WPT shutting down or WSOP shutting down. This is a charity series that goes every so often. But it's something that people have gotten to know over time. And everybody's thinking, okay, well, this is probably done. Speaking of someone who's going to be done for a while, I want to give you an update on Tom Goldstein, because we have a lot more information regarding the criminal case against him. Now remember, we covered this on a previous show. In early 2025, it came out that he was accused of evading taxes and of lying on mortgage applications. Tom Goldstein is a well-known Supreme Court lawyer who, between 2009 and 2024, was involved in about 10% of all cases argued in front of the court in that 15-year time span, which is crazy. 10% of all cases coming to the Supreme Court. Wow. He wasn't famous because people just didn't pay that much attention to this outside of legal circles, but that was the fact. Anyway, he was a high-stakes poker player who mainly played very, very high-stakes heads-up games, and he eventually got in trouble through a federal investigation regarding his non-payment of taxes, or at least not paying on time. By the time they investigated him, he actually had paid his taxes, but he had the money to pay and chose not to, which was getting them mad. And then also was accused of mortgage fraud in that he did not disclose major debt that he had to someone he had borrowed from to play poker when he applied for a mortgage. Now, in some ways, these were victimless crimes because the bank never got cheated. He never stiffed any banks. No one lost money as a result of him not listing that person he owed $10 million to. So there was no financial damage as a result of this mortgage fraud. And he did eventually pay all of his taxes with penalty. And he did this before he knew he was being investigated. So you would think this couldn't be very major. And we had a much longer discussion about this at the time when we discussed it on this show. And I'm not going to go over all that again. But you would think these are kind of minor crimes, that on the surface they sound like a big deal, tax evasion and mortgage fraud. But if the mortgage fraud was just leaving off someone you owe money to, and you ended up paying your mortgage anyway, and it looked like you would have had the means to either pay it or borrow money from friends to pay it, what he definitely did, and that the banks didn't lose a penny as a result of any of this, that it wasn't very serious mortgage fraud. And in fact, there have been major politicians accused of doing this exact same thing, including Donald Trump and including Letitia James. So you would think this isn't a gigantic deal, and you would think the IRS stuff, if he eventually paid with penalty and just chose not to and paid the penalty instead of paying on time, you'd think that's pretty minor too. And there were some other things that were alleged that were also minor that were associated with these things. He was accused of declaring business expenses for his law practice that were actually poker losses, and he was accused of hiring fake employees when he was really just paying the bills of girls he wanted to have sex with. But these were all, again, kind of minor things. Really, the only victim in all of his antics was his wife, because he was married throughout all this. He's been married since the 90s. And once he got into the degenerate poker world and became friends with Dan Bilzerian and saw what he was up to, and became friends with Andy Beal and saw what he was up to with all his women, Tom Goldstein wanted to get in on that too, so he started meeting these girls on a site called Seeking Arrangement and was paying the bills of a bunch of girls, listing some of them as phony employees. He was doing this so they'd have sex with him. He did not embezzle any money because he wholly owned his business. So it's not like he was stealing money to pay these girls or anything. It was his own money. So to me, this all looked like kind of a big nothing, and I suspected that this was done because someone didn't like him. That's why they brought the case. Because it really wasn't going anywhere until someone else took over. And then that person very aggressively investigated him and prosecuted him. So, it's a fact when you're someone who is arguing a lot of major cases in front of the Supreme Court, you're going to make enemies. You're going to have people who don't like you. You're going to have people who look to find a way to get you back. And that might have been what happened here. I don't know for sure, but it kind of looked like that to me, that this may have been targeted. Now, it doesn't look like he's been falsely accused of anything. It does look like he did what he was being accused of, but again, all these things were kind of minor and really victimless. Really, the only one who got hurt by any of this stuff, including the government, they weren't hurt either. The only entity or person who got hurt was his wife, and that was the one part that wasn't criminal. He was being a jerk, but it was not criminal. So I thought what was going to happen was that they were going to get him on the mortgage fraud because he knowingly left that off of the form. That is a crime. When you apply for a mortgage, you do have to list all debt. He knew about that debt, and he purposely left it off there. And that's hard to explain. The weak defense he had was that he didn't want his wife to know the extent of his gambling, But number one, I don't believe that. And number two, even if that was true, that doesn't make him able to do it. You're still criminally liable, even if the reason is something that's, you think is going to save your marriage in a way. So I had a feeling that he wasn't going to get off for that one, but I thought he was going to beat the IRS stuff because he did pay his taxes, albeit late. And I thought the other stuff was so minor and stupid that was going to be dropped as well. I thought that they would eventually come to some kind of agreement regarding the mortgage fraud, and I thought it was going to be something that was relatively short sentence. And he was interested in doing a plea bargain with that, but they wanted him to agree to a 5-year sentence. And he said, no, I'm not agreeing to a 5-year sentence. That's crazy. I'll roll the dice in court if this is what you're offering me. And they said, yeah, that's what we're offering you. So he said no and rolled the dice in court. Well, in February, he got some bad news that he was convicted of 12 out of the 16 counts. I forget if I reported that on this show at the time, but I'm saying it right now. He was convicted on 12 of the 16 counts. He was found guilty on 1 count of tax evasion, 1 count each of willful failure to timely pay taxes for 4 tax years, 3 counts of making a false statement on a loan application, and 4 counts of aiding and assisting in preparation of a false tax return. He was found not guilty on 4 counts also of aiding and assisting in the preparation of a false tax return. So still, he got convicted on 12 of 16 counts that they tried to bring against him. Then it became a matter of the sentencing. Since he was convicted on 12 charges, how much time was he going to get? I still didn't think that much because a lot of these charges were all similar and related, and nothing was that major, and there really were not any victims. So I thought, okay, he'll get like 2 years. At first I thought he was going to get like 1 year prior to the 12 convictions, but since he got 12 charges turned into convictions, that I said, okay, well, that doesn't sound like 1 year anymore. It sounds more like 2. My prediction was that he gets 24 months behind bars, and then due to federal guidelines, he would have to serve 85% of that. So be in prison slightly less than 2 years, is my guess. Well, that's not what happened. He ended up getting 6 years. That is pretty tough. That's worse than what they were offering with the 5 years that he thought was so outrageous. He ended up with 6. He says he plans to appeal, and his defense team has been arguing that this all stemmed from a severe gambling addiction, that he was not behaving criminally to just be a criminal and to just break the law because he felt like it. It was because it was all to be in service of his gambling addiction. That was basically their argument. So he's trying to appeal, and we will see what happened. But that's a pretty outrageous sentence, 6 years. Remember, he paid all the taxes before he was busted. The mortgage fraud did not result in any losses to the banks, nor was it likely to do so. I really thought that the appropriate sentence here would be like 4 months, a fine, and probation. Seriously, like that's what I thought was fair. For him to get 6 years is nuts. The fact that he is not just an attorney, but an extremely prominent and respected attorney probably really hurt him here. Because he cannot hide behind, oh, I didn't think this was very bad, or I didn't fully understand the law in these situations. I didn't know how serious this type of thing is. Like, he couldn't use any of these excuses because he is a prominent attorney. So he clearly has the knowledge and sophistication to be fully aware of what he was doing. He definitely knew he was breaking the law when he did all of these things. Every single thing that was alleged of him, he knew that these were against the law, and he chose to do them anyway. So he cannot use any form of, I was ignorant to it, or I couldn't be expected to know this, or had I known this, I wouldn't have done it. Now, that won't always get you off of a criminal conviction, but it will often get you a lesser sentence if it seems that you just didn't know better and made some mistakes. But since he clearly did know better, since he clearly did know the law, he's held to a higher standard. Not only is he an officer of the court, but he's also someone who is expected to know all these things. He didn't even try to pretend that he didn't know these things, because it wouldn't be believable. So any statements like, I didn't understand this was a big deal, I thought this was legal, I didn't understand the full extent of how bad this was, those are all off the table. He didn't have any of these as an option to say in court. So that's really why his only defenses were, I had a gambling addiction and, I was trying to hide things from my wife so she didn't divorce me. And those are not going to go over very well in court. But I definitely think this is an over sentence. Like, does he really deserve 6 years behind bars for this? No way. There's people who do really bad things, really bad, violent things, that end up behind bars less than 6 years. So someone really had it in for him and got him. The most important case of his life, he lost. So I didn't know the guy. I think I saw him before at Bellagio a long time ago. I think like in 2008 or something I saw him. And I heard something about him being a lawyer. But I was never really aware of him until all this came out. I knew there was some guy named Tom who was playing on Hustler Casino Live that was wearing like a mask so you couldn't see who it was. And that was him too. But that was the only awareness I had of him. And of course I didn't know his real name at the time. You guys are getting a longer show than I expected to do. Next, let's talk about Vegas Dave. Now, we haven't discussed him that much on this show. People have asked me before, can you cover Vegas Dave? And I kind of meant to. I just never really got around to it. And he's just always kind of been there. And he's very shady. And anyone who paid him for sports picks definitely didn't get their money's worth. He's basically a sports betting tout scammer, where he claims that he'll win you all kinds of big money. And he flashes a very extravagant lifestyle that is actually funded by the gullible people who pay him for these useless sports picks. He plays all kinds of games with his record to make it look like that he's winning. He'll just keep claiming that he's betting more and more units until finally one of them wins, then he can claim he's up. You know, say you just say, okay, well, my first pick is 1 unit. Then that loses. Okay, my next pick is 3 units. That loses. Okay, now my next pick is 10 units. Like, units don't matter if you're not really betting the money. You could just keep raising the units over and over until you finally win, and then say, okay, well, now I'm up. That's easy to do when you're not really betting them, or not betting that amount. He's really seen as one of the biggest frauds as far as sports betting touts. For some years, he had these obnoxious billboards around Vegas calling himself the GOAT, and actually has a picture of himself as a GOAT. And GOAT, of course, standing for greatest of all time. Christopher Mitchell actually stole that, by the way. He calls himself the GOAT now, too. So Christopher Mitchell definitely stole some of Vegas Dave's act. Vegas Dave's whole thing precedes Christopher Mitchell's whole thing, which began in late 2019. Dave goes further back than that. But Dave is also a lot more successful than Christopher Mitchell. He really ran up a lot of money over time with this whole phony act of his, where people really were paying him big money to get what they thought were sure thing win sports betting picks. He's also been accused of splitting client groups with opposing picks. For example, if he's going to bet on a game between the Yankees and the Red Sox, he will tell half of his clients to bet the Yankees, the other half to bet the Red Sox, knowing that half of the people are going to be happy and think that he's steering them the right direction. he'll tell them, hey, this is a lock. You'll see. You're going to win big, knowing that half the people will. And then they'll have even more faith in him because he's guaranteed that half the people are going to be thrilled when it's over that he made them all kinds of money. So he's been accused of doing that. And also people have accused him of showing very large tickets that he bet and won without being transparent about losses, that he's probably losing in the background a lot more than that and only showing the wins. So there's all kinds of tricks he's been using to fool gullible sports bettors, ones who have a lot of money but don't know very much about sports betting and the various tactics that are pulled by these touts. And he's really considered one of the worst of them. And there's been a number of profiles on him and exposés on him. In fact, the thread I did on him with his most recent controversies wasn't even started by me. It was started by one of our members who goes by Lawn Cigar. And this was started back in 2020 when Forbes did an article about him. And the headline of the article was Meet Vegas Dave, a sports gambling hustler who just sold the most expensive baseball card in history for $3.9 million. So obviously if he's buying these very expensive baseball cards and then reselling them for millions of dollars, he ran up a lot of money. Vegas Dave is now either 48 or 49 years old. He's only 5'4". Believe it or not, even Christopher Mitchell's taller than him. Christopher Mitchell, I believe, is 5'5". His real name is Dave Oancea, Oancea. I'm not sure what nationality he is, what race he is. He's not white. Looks maybe Polynesian, maybe some kind of Asian, maybe some kind of mix, I don't know. But basically everyone around Vegas knows he's a fraud, except for the few sucker clients that keep falling for it. And I don't know how he persists for so long, but he's managed it. He also released a documentary in late 2021 called The People vs. Vegas Dave. And of course, it portrays him as a hero and a great guy. So he was the one behind the documentary. The billboards, which were near the Bellagio and other places that would get a lot of high traffic, would say things like, bet with the goat, showing half of his face an actual goat and half of his face his actual face. And then it has his Instagram screen name, It's Vegas Dave. At one point, he deleted his Instagram and then thought better of it and recreated it and didn't realize that when you delete your Instagram that you lose all your followers. He had 10 million followers and had to start back from scratch. That was 4.5 years ago. I don't know how many of those followers were bots. He may have bought a lot of followers, and in fact, he probably bought them back because he's up to 9.1 million again in August 2026 as they record this. On his Instagram, it says, entrepreneur, #1 sports consultant, featured on ESPN, Forbes. He actually puts Forbes, even though that definitely didn't portray him in a perfect light by any means. And then he put King of Villa Vegas Dave 1-3 in Cabo. To make money, football, baseball, hockey, or book villas, email me. And then he gives his email address of vegasdave1976 at yahoo.com. 1976 being his birth year, so I guess he is 49 and will be 50 at some point during this year. So what is this whole thing about King of Villa Vegas Dave 1-3 in Cabo? Well, that's actually the topic we're going to be covering right now. What does he have to do with Cabo? How is he the king of these villas in Cabo? What does that have to do with sports betting in Vegas? Well, the answer is actually nothing. But after all these years, with Vegas Dave ripping off so many people and misleading so many people and never facing consequences and getting so rich and everybody being so annoyed watching this. Because unlike Christopher Mitchell, who's like a bumbling clown, who's always broke, having to borrow from his father-in-law, having to hold very obvious fake prop money in order to fool people into thinking he's rich and successful. I mean, Christopher Mitchell, he's ripped off a lot of people. He scammed a lot of people, but at least, you know, at the end of it, he's always broke. He's just a fool. Vegas Dave has been very successful and has held on to his money. He's a much, much smarter version of Christopher Mitchell, and he preceded him. So who would have thought that of all the possible entities to take him down, it would be a Mexican vacation condo rental company? But that's what happened. So listen to this. In November 2025, it came out that Vegas Dave had a major dispute going on with a condo rental company in Cabo San Lucas. This all started when, in the early 2020s, he invested in condos in Cabo San Lucas. And since he's not there in Cabo, he contracted with a company called Cabo Platinum to manage those condos to rent them out. Cabo Platinum, that's the name of the company, they paid him out 100% in advance for some of the rentals, you know, minus their cut. And for some of the other rentals, they paid him 50% in advance. I'm not sure why 100% on some and 50% on others, but they did what was expected of them contractually. You know, they, of course, had a contract with him, and they were performing as expected. For whatever reason, Dave imagined that they were screwing him in some way. He was alleging that they were stiffing him out of money. They were saying, no, we're not. We're paying you exactly as we agreed to pay you. And he didn't believe them. One of the weird things was that one of his complaints was that they weren't paying the amount that they claimed they were actually sending him. He said, well, you claim you're sending me this much, but then you're not sending that much money. You're sending me less. And they said, yeah, because you directed us to send some of the money locally toward paying your mortgages and construction costs. So instead of us sending it to you and you sending it to them, we just paid these local costs off to cut out the middleman. And this was you who told us to do it. We didn't just decide this on our own. You told us to do it, and we did. So what are you talking about? We don't owe you that money. We've paid it to these companies at your request. And he didn't believe him. I don't understand what he thought, but somehow he thought they were screwing him, and he just would not listen to reason. So he said, I'm not going to let them do this to me. Screw them. I might be all the way here in Vegas, but I'm not going to take this shit. I'm going to get back at them. So he decided he's going to start a war with Cabo Platinum. What he started doing, and I'm not sure how he managed this, maybe through the codes. I don't exactly know physically how he managed this, but he was able to lock guests out who had booked his condos through Cabo Platinum. So the guests would get there and they can't get in to the condo. So imagine you're taking a vacation to Cabo. You rented a condo there that looks good to you, and you can't get in. And then you go to the office. You go to Cabo Platinum and say, what the fuck, why can't I get in? And they say, sorry, we can't get you in. The owner is locking you out. So, of course, since the bookings were with Cabo Platinum and not directly with Dave, the customers expect them to cover it. It's their responsibility. So what they end up having to do is give these people another condo at their own expense in order to make up for what they did not get with Dave's condo. So, of course, this was costing Cabo Platinum money every single time and also hurting their reputation that this was happening. Also, when Dave did this, he did not send Cabo Platinum the money that they had already paid them. Because remember, he was getting this money in advance. So they'd pay Dave in advance for these rentals, and then he would lock out the guests so they can't get in. They'd have to move these guests elsewhere at their own expense, and then Dave would not send back the money he was already paid. I don't know how he was justifying this, but that's what he was doing, and he thought he would get away with it. But that wasn't it. He took it further. He started sending emails to other condo owners in that same complex. He was urging them to drop Cabo Platinum. He was making a lot of allegations, very nasty allegations, against the company and its management, basically saying they're a bunch of scammers, they're terrible, they're ripping me off, they're going to rip you off. Get out while you can. So he was urging others in the complex to drop Cabo Platinum and making false allegations to get them to do it. I don't know how many he actually did, but that's what he was trying to do. That's what he did do. He also was emailing renters of the condo when he would get information that someone has rented his condo. He would then contact those people and ask them to please cancel the reservations that they made through Cabo Platinum and rebook directly through him, which of course is a huge violation of the contract. You can't have Cabo Platinum arranging these rentals for their piece of it and then tell the people renting, oh, hold on, why don't you just cancel and do it directly with me and I'll give it a bit cheaper. Like, you can't do that. That's stealing their commission, basically. But that's what he did. Well, Cabo Platinum sued him. And they won a huge judgment against him in November 2025. How huge? Well, for everything he did, he had to pay
$1 million.
You think that's true? It's not true. He actually had to pay $30.2 million. Wow, that's a pretty steep judgment. Now, much of that was punitive damages because it was found by the court that Dave behaved maliciously and was seeking to cause harm to Cabo Platinum in what he was doing. That he wasn't just doing things because he felt he was in the right in a dispute. He was actually maliciously taking actions to try to harm them, just out of revenge. So the court didn't like that, and they smacked him with a $30.2 million judgment that he owed to Cabo Platinum. So, boy, that really turned things around fast. Well, Dave immediately started engaging in various trickery to hide assets because he's like, well, they're not going to collect it from me if I have nothing to collect, so I might be rich, but what if I hide all my assets so then they can't collect anything? So there were allegations between November 2025 and now that Dave was hiding his assets. And finally, one of the judges involved got tired of this shit. And they decided that they're not going to take this anymore. That he's going to be paying up. They ordered him to turn over his Richard Mille watch, his Birkin bags that he's so fond of, his cryptocurrency holdings, and his condos in Mexico that are in question here, that he has to turn them all in within 2 weeks of a September 2026 hearing that's coming up. He claimed that these things didn't belong to him and didn't turn over any of this. And they said that his testimony about not owning these items was false and that he demonstrated, quote, willful noncompliance. The judge wrote, the court finds that Mr. Oancea was not a credible witness. His testimony was inconsistent, contradicted by documentary evidence and prior sworn statements, and was evasive and argumentative. And then they held him in contempt. So then the judge ordered that in order to purge his contempt, that is to remove the contempt in court charge, that he has to hand over those items I listed there, and that he's also required to execute a power of attorney agreement giving Cabo Platinum the authority to everything he owns of those properties in Mexico. And that he has to comply with these conditions by August 5th or surrender himself and remain incarcerated until he follows the order. So it's basically give up all this stuff that we know you still own and you're pretending you don't, or go to jail. And then stay in jail until you give the stuff up. So if you want to just like pretend you don't know this stuff, then you're just never going to get out of jail. You're just going to sit forever until you decide to give it up. The ruling said the court expressly finds that any claimed inability to comply is self-created, strategic, and the result of voluntary acts to avoid compliance. So they're just tired of his shit. Of course, Vegas Dave's attorneys filed a response. It says, this matter arises from a routine property management dispute gone horribly wrong. An ordinary contract case has morphed into a cautionary tale about the district court's enormous contempt powers and how, when wielded unconstitutionally, they can ruin a litigant's life. So basically, his lawyers are saying the court's abusing its authority here. This is just a typical property management dispute. And the court has decided this, they just don't like Dave, and now they are going to put him in jail until he gives up all his assets. And that's just not fair to him. That's what they're trying to say. Of course, the attorneys for Cabo Platinum and Cabo Platinum itself has been praising the court. They're thrilled to see this. They said, we operate ethically, and they thanked the judge for her patience and judicial temperament. The owner of Cabo Platinum said this litigation and Dave's continued noncompliance has imposed an enormous burden on our company and threatened the client relationships our team have worked so hard to build. In my view, this was not merely an attack on our company, but it was an affront to the authority of the court and the judicial process. I don't know what Vegas Dave's going to do. He's being ordered to hand this stuff over by August 5th, or he's going to be going into jail and not get out till he hands the stuff over. Maybe his attorneys can get him out of it, but so far they've failed. So before he was going to have to turn over this stuff in September, but then when he started claiming he doesn't own this stuff anymore, then they got really pissed and said, okay, you know what, you're just going to have to give this stuff up by August 5th or you're going away. So who would have thought? That's a tough choice too. Like, do you think he wants to give up all this stuff he owns to this company that he detests so much? He must have true hatred for this Cabo Platinum company. I still don't know why, but he somehow imagined they were screwing him, and he just developed this vendetta and true hatred for them, and now he's going to give up all his assets? And if he doesn't, he goes to jail? Like, that's a shitty choice. Imagine having to give up your assets to a company you just absolutely despise and that you think screwed you, even if it's not true, but you think they did. And now you have to give them all your assets, and your other choices go to jail until you give out the assets. It's not like he could just like serve 30 days and then get past it. He's just going to be stuck there until he gives up the stuff. Now, it does beg the question, like, how long can they really hold him? When does it become excessive that he's in jail for not complying? But maybe they can say, all right, well, it's always in his power to do, so if he's going to keep refusing to comply, then he'll just stay in jail for perpetuity. So of all things, it is a Mexican vacation condo rental place that is finally giving Vegas Dave what he deserves. I guess your run of luck can only last for so long. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if he ends up in the slammer in 4 days. Finally, have you ever had poker dreams before? Have you ever had it where you go on a break and you either can't find your table again, or you come back to your table and your chips are gone? I've had those dreams. Usually the former. Usually it's just I can't find my table again, and I go like around and around and around the casino, which is always like huge, like bigger than any casino that really exists, and I just cannot find myself back to my table. Sometimes I can't even find the poker room at all, and nobody can help me, and I know my chips are just blinding off. But I have had it before where I get back to the table, and either I've lost a ton of chips, or I have no chips, and people act like I never had chips. You've probably had these dreams before too if you play poker tournaments. Well, what if something like that happened, but it was not a dream? What if it was real life, even if it felt like a nightmare? Well, that happened at Commerce when a guy came back and found that all of his chips were gone. And it turned out what happened was that someone else sat in his seat accidentally and got pocket queens, shoved all in, ran into pocket kings, and then lost. So that person thought he busted, but he actually busted somebody else's stack. So the guy actually in that seat comes back, late from a break, and sees that all his chips are gone. So this happened at Commerce. Not sure exactly what day it was. Could have been July 31st, could have been July 30th. Sometime at the end of July this happened. So it was down to the final 3 tables, and a guy who had a gray beard and a ponytail sat down in seat 9. First hand back from break, got those queens, went all in, and as I said, he lost the kings. And then this other guy who had black hair and a beard was the actual real occupant of that seat 9. I don't know exactly where the guy who sat in the wrong seat should have been. Maybe he was at seat 9 at another table. But he busted the second guy's stack. So then they were trying to figure out what to do about this. And this question was posed on X by someone named Papa Poker. And people had different ideas of what the right thing to do is. But I looked at this and I didn't really agree with any of them. I partially agreed, but I just wasn't seeing the solution I liked. So I thought about it. I thought, what if I were the floor man or the tournament director here? What would I do? First of all, is it fair to take away the winnings for the guy with the pocket kings who didn't do anything wrong? Was it fair to take it away from him just because the person who lost the chips to him didn't have the authority to be playing those chips? Now, maybe you could argue that he should have noticed the guy playing them was the wrong guy, but he could have thought that this was a new person moved to that seat. So it's reasonable. You see someone new there. You assume the other guy busted right before the break or something, and you have a new guy who's shoving into, and you got kings. So, of course, you snap call and you win. So you can't blame him. So is it fair to take it away from him because these weren't supposed to be the chips that were played by the person who shoved it in? Well, I don't think so. I don't think you should penalize that player. Besides, especially in this case, the chips very likely would have gone in. But that's not even really material. The bottom line is he played out a hand of poker and won, and the hand was over. And he didn't cause any of this. Now, what about the guy who came back late to find his stack gone? Should they say, sorry, you're busted, you should have been here to protect your stack? No, because when you're gone from the table, your stack is supposed to be protected. For example, if you never show up, let's say you just leave on a break and don't ever come back, they don't just take your chips and disqualify you. The tournament rules state that your stack needs to blind off. And that if your blinding off stack lasts longer than other players and you get in the money, that you'll actually not only make the money, but you'll make more money than people who make the money and bust before your stack busts, even though you're not there to play it. So you don't get picked up or disqualified for not coming back. Your stack just blinds off and folds every hand automatically. And the card room is expected to protect your stack and not just let people reach over and grab chips out of it just because you're not there to defend it. So similarly, you can't say this is the guy's fault for coming back late. He has a right to come back late. He just misses hands. So that guy should get his chips back. But then if he gets his chips back, then what happens to the guy who won them? I just said that that guy shouldn't lose what he won. So where should these chips come from? Well, let's go back to the guy who erroneously sat in the chair. That guy should give the chips to the person who was sitting there. So they should figure out exactly how much was lost in that hand from the guy in seat 9. And then they should go to that player's actual seat and take that amount of chips from him and move them back to seat 9 at the table where he sat. So basically make the guy whole whose chips were appropriated accidentally by the person sitting in the wrong seat, and make him whole at the expense of the guy who took the seat accidentally. Because after all, he was the one who played the hand and lost. But what if that person doesn't have enough chips to cover it? Let's say he lost $100K in chips, but his own stack was only $40K. Then what do? Well, then that guy's out. Then you bust him. And then the tournament should just add the chips to where the guy whose stack was erroneously played gets the full stack back. So yes, there will be extra chips in the tournament, but there's nothing you can do. There's no way to have an absolute perfect solution here. That's the one small flaw in the solution, but that's the closest you can get to perfect. And you know what? If the guy can cover it, if he did have more in chips, or equivalent in chips, to the guy whose stack he played and busted, then there are no extra chips in the tournament. Then still the correct number of chips in the tournament remain. So then it actually is a perfect solution. But the second perfect is if the guy doesn't have enough to cover it, just bust him, make him the next player out, and then take his chips, and then replace the ones that were lost by the guy who just had his stack played by somebody else. That's the solution. Some people have said you should blame the dealer for this, for not noticing. But again, it's possible the dealer didn't memorize who was there. Maybe the dealer was fairly new to the table, or just fully wasn't paying attention. I'm not saying the dealer has no fault, but it's possible that the dealer either didn't have very much time at the table, or maybe was even new to the table and didn't know who belonged there. The dealer is typically expected to police these things to make sure the wrong person doesn't sit down, but a lot of times it happens anyway. In fact, it isn't uncommon in a tournament for somebody to sit at the wrong table, like correct seat but wrong table, and then get corrected either by table mates or by the dealer or by noticing that everyone they're sitting with they don't recognize. And then they go, oh crap, I should be the next table over. But this happens all the time. What's very uncommon is that this happens and then it's not caught until the person who erroneously sat busts that stack. That I've never seen before, but it happened here. But definitely the guy who really owned the stack should not be out. The person who won that hand should not get those chips taken back from him. Eric Froelich responded to my response to that tweet where I gave my solution. And Eric Froelich said he agreed with everything except the part of taking the chips from that guy's stack if he can cover it and letting him continue playing. He said that the guy who sat in the wrong seat should just be disqualified no matter what, or at least declared out as if he busted right then, regardless of what his intentions were. And I said, I wouldn't hate that solution. I think the one I proposed is better because I don't think this was malicious. I don't think this was an angle shot. If they believed it was, then they should declare him out or maybe even just disqualify him and not pay him. But provided you really believe it was a mistake, which it probably was, then while I would not object if he were to be declared out of the tournament and paid out 27th place and give the other guy all his chips back, but let the winner keep them, like that would be okay. But I still think it's a little bit too harsh to the guy who made this mistake. So if he has enough chips to cover what he lost there and give those back to the person whose seat it was, I say let him keep playing. Unless you really believe this was done on purpose. And then, of course, there you do more than just knock him out there. You should disqualify him there where he gets paid nothing. So, mistakes happen. And what you should try to do whenever a mistake happens at a tournament is you try to rewind everything to where it's the closest solution to where you get it to where it's like it didn't happen. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to erase the impact. And what I came up with there is the closest you can get to erasing the impact. I started taking pictures of my stacks when I went to break. Not for this specific reason, but just in case something happened. You never know. Someone could walk by and grab some chips. Someone sitting next to you could accidentally grab some chips that they think are theirs. The floor man could force color you up and do it wrong. Someone could sit in the wrong seat and screw you this way. So it's always good to take a picture of your stack so at least you have a rough idea of how many chips you have. You should count your chips at the beginning of the break, and then you should take a picture of the stack. And then once you come back, everything's fine, just delete the picture. I started doing that. I didn't used to do it, but I started doing that. I started getting more and more paranoid that this sort of thing might happen to me. That I'll come back and something's just wrong. I actually once had a big argument with some Asian woman at Commerce, one of the regulars there. She took some chips that she believed were hers. At least that's what she claimed. They were on my stack. There was like $400 worth. And I insisted that's what happened. And she didn't agree. And she got very nasty with me. And then I called the floor over. They checked the camera and they saw her grabbing them. And they said it looked like a mistake, but I was right. And they forced her to give it back to me. But boy, she had a bad attitude about it. And if that happened in reverse, I would be very apologetic. I would feel very embarrassed. I would say, oh, wow, I don't think I did it, but maybe I did. Let's have them check the camera, and if they say I did it, I'll gladly give them back. And then if it was determined I was the one who took them, then I would profusely apologize and say I don't do these things on purpose. I must have absentmindedly grabbed them and believed they were mine. And maybe the guy still wouldn't believe me, but I'd try. Definitely wouldn't be nasty about it. But this woman was very nasty to me. She was so sure it didn't happen, too. How dare I accuse her? How could I possibly say such a thing? It was just, I must not know how many chips I really had. I'm just delusional. How could I accuse her of such a thing? How dare I?
How dare you?
That's all I got for this morning. So we will see what ends up happening with Matt Stout. We'll see if he tries to return to poker and smooth this over, or if he just kind of goes away for a while. You might be wondering, is there any update on the Jared Griner case, that robbery that occurred, strong arm robbery that occurred where someone was waiting for him when he came back with his World Series of Poker money to his Airbnb? Answer, no. It's been almost 3 weeks and we've heard nothing. Surprised that the two guys on video were not identified. That makes me think maybe they're from out of the area. That one may forever remain a mystery. The longer that goes, we hear nothing, the higher chances that we're never going to hear anything and we'll never know the truth. Oh. It's amazing that when I say anything on X these days, people just find a way to be offended and find a way to tell me how I shouldn't say these things, or it's inappropriate, or you've got to know what to say and what not to say, and that's just not me. If everybody's thinking it, and it's not a bad thing to bring up, I'm going to bring it up. That's just who I am. That's always who I am. I just can't get with the recent times where you just can't discuss certain topics and can't say certain things. All right, well, we are done for this morning. Shalom.